Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you, to these who are gathered here in Wrocław in person and those who are participating in the conference online. My name is Michał Wyszkowski and I have honor and pleasure to moderate the conference organized by National Labor Inspectorate of Poland titled Labor Inspection and the Challenges of the Future. Thanks to modern technology, the National Labor Inspectorate can host almost 500 persons from more than 40 countries and 3 continents here in the National Labor Inspectorate's training center in Wrocław. It would be much more difficult without virtual possibility to gather all of us reflecting one issue, the future of labor inspection. In the beginning of the conference, I would like to give the floor to the person who is not only organizer and host of the event, but also the person who, being in charge of Polish Labor Inspectorate, always tried to labor inspectors be perceived as competent, modern, and innovative authority. The Chief Labor Inspector, Mrs. Katarzyna Łażewska-Hrycko.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference organized by the National Labor Inspectorate. It's an international conference entitled Labor Inspection and the Challenges of the Future, and this fits within the 50th anniversary of the International Association of Labor Inspections. And I would like to welcome representatives of all milieux who actually look after the protection of labor. I would like to welcome representatives of labor inspectorates, but also our allies, our institutional and social partners, representatives of the world of science, academia, and all those striving to support the efforts of labor inspection services in the world to improve the efficiency of their functioning. A huge role is played here by European institutions, especially by SLIC, the Senior Labor Inspectors Committee, under the aegis of the European Commission, the European Agency of Safety and Health at Work in Bilbao, and also international organizations, the International Association of Labor Inspections and the International Social Security Association, as well as the International Labor Organization. And it makes me happy to see that representatives of all these organizations will contribute in a valuable way to our event. I would also like to welcome all the speakers and all the members of the audience present here in Wrocław at the National Labor Inspectorate's Training Center, as well as the numerous group of people participating remotely online from Poland and abroad. And it is really edifying to see that the invitation has been accepted by so many outstanding international experts to talk about the challenges of the current and future labor market and reflect on them. And I am happy and grateful to you for your willingness, for your readiness to share your experience here on this international forum, your experiences related to inspection and prevention activity in regard to the current and new aspects related to safety and health at work in Europe and the world. Artificial intelligence, work at a distance, remote work, robotization and algorithmisation of working processes, platform-based work and green technologies are increasingly topical aspects for all of us. So I hope we will have a fruitful discussion and we will share some good practices in the area of efficient tools, thanks to which labor inspectorates will be able to face the challenges of the future in an efficient and effective way. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that Ms. Elżbieta Witek, Speaker of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, has addressed some words to the participants of the conference. I will have the honor of reading them to you. And I would also like to mention for our international guests who are joining us from abroad that the National Labour Inspectorate in Poland reports directly to the Polish Sejm, to the lower chamber of the Polish Parliament. The Speaker of the Sejm supervises directly the work of the National Labour Inspectorate and is the second most important person in the Polish state.
Participants of the International Conference, Labour Inspection and the Challenges of the Future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to the conference entitled Labour Inspection and Challenges of the Future. However, not being able to participate, I would like to send my best regards to the participants of this very important meeting. I'm glad that the initiatives of the National Labour Inspectorate based in Wrocław meet such great acclaim and such great interest of international media of labour inspectors. I'm quite convinced that this debate, having international specialists from the country and abroad, will only bring some benefits. The exchange of experience and information on preventive activity as well as inspection activity both in the country and abroad will certainly contribute to breaking the barriers and working out some solutions for the future. So the very need of the respect to the very toil of human work and necessity to be as efficient as possible in protecting them is absolutely precious regardless of the time. However, the contemporary world where the dynamic development of technology and state-of-the-art solutions affect the changes to labour markets incessantly, still pose some new challenges before the labour inspection. Therefore, it is needed to implement some innovative, non-standard solutions to protect employees as much as possible and to minimize all the threats. So I wish to hear a discussion held in such representative international panel of specialists would work out, would bring us some decent strategies in this respect. Comprehensive activities to the benefit of protection of all those at work is but a necessity and a priority all over the world. I'd like to thank once again to the participants and organizers of the conference for the effort to fight for social security and the right protecting the weaker, a system that takes care of the comfort of work of all citizens. Once again, I wish you the most fruitful debate and inspiring conclusions that will allow you to face the challenges of the future. Sincerely yours, Elżbieta Wicek. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly happy that we can actually welcome you here at this today's conference, and I myself, on my part, also wish you the most fruitful debate. I hope this is going to be a time that will be inspiring to all of us, precious, valuable, and the conclusions drawn will be used in our daily work. Join the conference and thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let me introduce the president of International Association of Labour Inspection, Mr. Ho Seong-hin. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Good morning to all of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Executive Committee members of the International Association of Labour Inspection, or ILE in short, I'd like to thank the National Labour Inspectorate of Poland, especially the Chief Inspector, for inviting me as President of ILE to address you all in today's international conference. We all know that the theme of this conference, labour inspection and the future challenges of the future. Before I touch on that, let me give a brief introduction about ILE. ILE was established in 1972, which means that this year we are celebrating 50 years, our anniversary, and currently has over 100 network members worldwide. Our interest is in labour protection, working condition, and occupational safety and health. Membership of ILE is open to any group or association of labour inspectors and the Labour Ministry or Department of any state that is responsible for directing or planning labour inspection. We represent the interests of labour inspectorates globally. We help our members to promote professionalism and continuous improvement of labour inspection activities. This is done through various collaboration with the other bodies with an interest in labor inspection, as well as sharing and exchange of experience among our members through regional networking and other activities. Over the last 50 years, ILA had held many regional and international conferences for exchanges of ideas and good practices in labor inspection. One of the key activities of ILA is to provide advice and information to our members through the association website, which including Facebook, newsletters, reports, and other publications. One such publication is a handbook for labor inspectorates on measuring performance of the occupational safety and health function. I will elaborate more on this handbook in our presentation tomorrow. We all know that many factors and many players influence improvement in occupational safety and health. Labor inspection is one of the key, if not the most important components to achieve this. An efficient and effective labor inspection program is of utmost importance. While the future remains uncertain as the world continues to battle COVID-19 and the disruption of the global supply chain caused by the war in Ukraine, let us not lose sight of our goals. It is timely for all of us to come together and collectively chart a future where labor inspection worldwide continues to carry out our role efficiently and effectively so that every worker will have a safe and healthy working condition with no fatal or serious injury or ill health. Before I end, let me quote one of my ministers that talked about the future. He said, "The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the threat of food security and the resurgence of global poverty, heat waves, droughts, and other extreme weather events are not just random shocks, nor are they a perfect storm in the conventional sense. We face instead a confluence of lasting structural insecurities in the area of geopolitics, economics, and existential, each reinforcing the other." What he coined this, he said, "We have entered a perfect long storm." We cannot wish away these insecurities. We can only restore optimism by recognizing the gravity and collective nature of the threats we face and organizing ourselves more effectively to address them. The perfect long storm will have grave and lasting impact on the future of work. It will have impact on the way we organize ourselves and effect labor inspection to address the challenges that come our way. Some of these challenges include, but not limited to, the way we work, the way we organize our workplaces, the way we mitigate the future pandemic, workplace health, mental health, and also the emergence of new economies such as gig economy, and the blurring of lines between employer and employee and what is considered as a workplace or home. So with this event, I believe it will provide impulses for critical rethinking how the existing labor inspection regime can be made more efficient and effective and overcome future challenges that come our way. This is aligned to our theme for this conference, which is labor inspection and the challenges of the future. On this note, I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho. Now I would like to invite to the panel table speakers of the first session. So Fernanda and Mark, would you be so kind and join me here? If the opening of the event we have behind, then we can start the first session of the conference. Taking care of the proper course of the event, what is most important obligation of the moderator, I'm asking all speakers to respect the time limit of the presentation, which is 30 minutes. It will allow to all participants to take active part in the conference. On the first day, consisting of 4 sessions, we will reflect on national labor inspectorates' experience in context of present and future challenges of the world of labor. representatives of 7 national labor inspectorates from Portugal, Ireland, Poland, Finland, France, Denmark and Bulgaria will share with us their experience. Now let me turn directly to the online participants. On the right side of the screen, you can see a window titled Ask a Question. I would like to encourage you to ask questions to the speakers during their presentations. My colleague, Krzysztof Wilkiewicz, will help me to follow your questions and gather and pass them in appropriate moment to the speakers. In the beginning of the first session, I would like to give the floor to the General Inspector of the ACT, Authority for Working Conditions in Portugal, Mrs. Fernanda Campos, who will introduce presentation titled Telework to the reflection on the approaches of labor inspection and the safety and health. Mrs. Campos, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to all. It is really great to be here. It is an honor. In fact, I thank the invitation to the Polish Inspectorate, our friends Polish. It is really an honor to be here. Let me say my presentation will go through 3 or 4 topics. I will start by presenting a brief overview of some main challenges we come across when addressing telework and its working conditions, highlighting several aspects of Portuguese legal regime that we needed to change, and it is in force since January this year. I will also focus on how labor inspection can be effective, assessing and helping to regulate telework. I will look into some of requisites and methodology for such intervention. I will also try to identify some risks related to telework. So let me start by showing up. Can you move the slide, please? Okay, I think I managed now. With pandemic, the world of labor has changed so quickly and so exponentially that surprised all of us with different scenarios. How we could, in Portugal and in other countries, we have to impose telework as a mean to disrupt the pandemic crisis. It was a huge problem how to face for the employers, for the employees, how to assure the work conditions or semi-work conditions for telework workers and the present workers. It is the responsibilities is the same. The employer have the same rights if he is in teleworking or in present work. The right is exactly the same. So how could the employer, the employee and the labor inspector assure that the rights of the workers are complied, are achieved? It is really a huge question we faced in that time. And the world is not the same as before the pandemic, because, of course, we have an increase of, exponentially increase of teleworkers, of teleworking. And if we know where we have to go to do the inspection, to see how is the work conditions of the workers. With the teleworking, we don't know. We have to search which house we can visit, if we can. We have to ask to the employees where they are. It is really a huge challenge. The workers could be anywhere. Could be teleworkers, could be working in a cafe, in a space of co-working, in their own house, and the house is not building like a factory, like an office, like it's so different rules to have to build a house or a working place. So. If on the one hand we have more flexibility, this flexibility is also another part of the coin. It is at the same time dilute the barriers between which are the space of work and which are the space of our private life. So. When it's the same thing with the property of worker equipment and tools. We are at home and we use our self-equipment, our equipment, or the employer, the employer. So it is so difficult and a lot of issues to be faced and work on. Of course, with teleworking, we also face dangers to tendency to have an increase of bogus self-employment and undeclared work. And these people work like that, like if they are self-employed or they have undeclared work. It's more dangerous for them. And how could inspection protect them about this? And how could we, labor inspector, deal with that? How can we identify this situation? Because if they are not declared, if they are not in the system, we don't know where they are. We can't protect, and of course our society become more fragile, less cohesion. It's not stronger as we need. So the problem with the representation, the collective representation, when the workers are more isolated, the individualism grows, and we know we are stronger if we are together. So if they have not access to the information about their unions, if the representatives cannot see what happened in the workplace, if they don't report to the inspection, it is more difficult for the labor inspector to take care of that. Also, about the career development, of course, we know by statistic facts, we know the women tend to be at home more time to do telework, but also to do more work at home, which means the women can have telework for take care of kids, for take care of older person at home, or even domestic issues. So it is not a way to achieve the gender equality. It can deeply the discrimination and to build more strong barriers between gender and of course equality. So we need a telework regulation, a better regulation, and a better access to the labor inspector, mainly to look at the powers we have now and the powers we need in the future, and the tools we have and the tools we must develop and incorporate in our administration to be more effective and more effective in the inspections we do. So. Of course, we need to develop other tools. We have to not only human resources, but also technical resource to have train or better train in digital skills, and to use to make normal to use ITC for inspections, because with the teleworker and the teleworkers, a lot of places, thousands of places to check, it is so difficult if we have to go there all the time. We have to find standards. Harmonized standards, I should say. It's really ambitious to say globalized standards, but yes, it is needed to do that, because we face this issue globally. So it is important to find harmonized standards for labor inspectorates and for labor inspectors to deal with these issues. We also need to have information and the source of information, and to make them more productive, more efficient, because and we should change more information between national authority, and I can point out the social security system, taxes authorities, and so on. But even between member states, or in Europe, for instance, but also in others, other countries, because it is really important. We know digital nomads, we know people who work in countries outside of our countries, and the employer is somewhere, the employee is in another place, and it is really difficult to face that without information and maybe intelligent system of information and sharing the data. It is really important for labor inspectors and labor inspectorators. Of course, it is really different to enter in a workplace or in a private homes. In Portugal, we have to ask the permission of employer to the workers to enter in their own home, and we have to do that before the inspection 48 hours. It means 2 days waiting, and the workers can say, no, you cannot, unless you have a mandate or something like that, and it is more difficult. In Portugal, for instance, the employer can go to the OSHA service of employee can go to the the house of the teleworker and ask only before 24 hours to go there to check and to improve their work conditions, because they have the same rights of the present workers. So it is difficult. It is not the same to go there, to knock the door and enter, and to check the workplace and to see if the work conditions is okay or not okay, and to determine how they should do for achieve the standards, the legislation imposed to them. So it is really more difficult. We of course we need to find the way to do this more efficiently, more fast than we do at. For now, it is more difficult. We don't have so much experience in doing that in the private home, but the difficulties is really huge. So for this, we are working in checklists and spread information between employers and employees, and also to try to do a lot of I should say social dialogue or trialogue with the representatives of workers and employers to achieve several tools in order to facilitate their role and their responsibility, and of course our way to verify if the teleworking and teleworkers are have their work conditions in a condition of health and safety at work. Of course, for the employer is also difficult, and for OSHA services is also difficult to check the work conditions of teleworker, because the space is different. It's our home. It's the housekeeping is a issue or is not a issue. If I am a disorganized person, my house have a risk of fall at same level. Is I need to have a housekeeper as a risk at work. It is really. Really difficult to have to work on this and to achieve a standard to do and a way to do it. And a huge risk is also mental health, because people stay in their comfort zone and he passed all day isolated, deal with their scream and nothing else, and it is really the mental well-being. It is really hard to check and to assure the right conditions for this working situation, teleworking situation, and so for mental well-being, we have to say it is difficult to have a suspicion, like if the employer is follow you through new technology, if they take a print of your screen, if they follow everything you did, everything you do, it is really a concern about this and how we, labor inspector, can deal with it. Not good for our mental well-being. It's to work 20 or to be connected 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all the time connected. In Portugal, we have, like in other countries, the right to disconnect. But in Portugal, the right to disconnect is more forbidden to the employer to contact this telework. If he contact the telework by message, by email, by phone, if the telework worker complain, because otherwise we don't know, we stop to be so preventive and we react to the complaints we have. So if the employee contact the teleworker during his or her resting time, it is serious injury, so a serious infraction, and he can be punished by that. Portuguese court also admit, like proof, the exhibition of SMS or call register or email. So the employer cannot contact the teleworker during his resting time. But if the teleworker don't have self-control, it easily he is working all the time. He mixed their domestic work with their work, so it is difficult to organize the block of time to work and not work. So it is really complex and difficult for if one hand it's facilitate the conciliation between the professional life and the family or private life. On the other hand, it can break all barriers between these dimensions of the people. It is really difficult. Also in Portugal, we have the employer have the duty to pay the expenses extra the teleworker have during their telework. If they have more expenses with electricity, better internet connection, or what else, they must show the bills to the employer, and the employer should pay the costs. This cost is taken account for tax for the enterprise taxes, but it's not an income. It's not part of the salary of the worker. Of course, it is just to pay the expenses. Also, in Portugal, it is a problem, not only in Portugal, of course, but it is a problem to exercise the collective rights. And the Portuguese law states that the employer should have channels to between telework to permit communication between telework and unions or collective representatives, because it is really important assure them have the same rights than presential workers. So we have this in law now since January, and of course we don't have complaints about that yet, but it is a right, and the unions can ask to employer to put the information in accessible way for teleworkers as for present workers. For labor inspector to check that is more difficult, as we see, as we know, because in telework we in presential work we enter in the enterprise and we see if the information is there, if the worker can read, can know, if the plenary of union they can be present or not. In telework, we don't know. I don't know. We can know the access to the channel, but we don't know if it was effective or not. So it is difficult to verify the compliance with that. So it is just a point to this problem. All these problems are transnational, is for all in the globe. So it will require a solution globalized also. And we could have teleworkers in different time zones. So we have to face that together, because otherwise it's so difficult. If in Portugal we do in this way, and our neighbor Spain do in another way, it is difficult. It is easy to cross borders, but it is so difficult to have if we don't have common standards. It is difficult to control and to have a more fair society. So it is really important, the quality of the legislation, and try to harmonize the main issue. Try to harmonize in labor law and safety and health, of course. It is really important to use better the technology and to turn it normal to use the technology to support mechanisms for checking the regularization and the regularity of the work conditions, and also to, in a way, to condition bad practices in the work. For instance, if all employers have to pay by bank transferency, it's more easy to check if the salary is the right, the legal one. Or well, it's an example, but of course we can find more aspects where we can have the support of technology to help us to do the regularization of work conditions. So, and most important, I have to say, it is for the effectiveness of inspections. It is to train well our inspectors. It is not only to to go outside in the ground, in the industry floor and the service. It is much more complex and much more demanding now and for the future, because we have to deal with complex technology, with so different level of organize the work, of places we can transform in a workplace. So it is really, really important to invest in the training of labor inspectors, because otherwise it's really difficult to have conditions to verify and to impose the regularity of the relation between employer and employee. So I hope you understand. I'm very grateful for your attention, your kind attention. I hope you understand what I said, and I hope you enjoy this conference and you learn, and for my own good, I can learn from you still now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Campos. Thank you for presenting us the Portuguese perspective on the specific risks associated with teleworking, as well as specific inspection methodologies for labor inspections to verify working conditions in teleworking. Also, the Portuguese solutions for teleworking you have presented are very interesting. The online participants have a few questions to you, but let's wait with them till the last part of the session, questions and answers. Now I would like to invite the Assistant Chief Executive Officer in Health and Safety Authority in Ireland, Mr. Mark Cullen, who will introduce presentation titled Challenges Facing Regulators Arising from the Increase in Hybrid Working. Mr. Cullen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And firstly, I'd like to say thank you for the invite here. It's an honour and a privilege to be able to speak and give the Irish perspective in relation to hybrid working. I would like to wish the conference all the best, and I hope that everybody learns something, including myself, from the different experiences that we will share over the next 2 days. In terms of, and I must say, I will apologise to the translators, as Darius, my colleague, ex-colleague Darius will know, in Ireland we talk very fast. So I'm deliberately going to slow it down, and hopefully the translators will be able to understand what I am saying. So in terms of my presentation, it is heartwarming and nice to see, in terms of Fernanda's presentation, without having seen it before, that we're sharing similar problems, and we're sharing very similar problems in terms of the new way of working. But I would say that in terms of new way of working, hybrid working has always been there. However, with COVID, we have seen a significant increase. So my presentation is going to look at some of the legislation that Ireland has in place and its interpretation and its openness to interpretation, and how that might apply to a home working environment. And then I will finish off by giving some of the challenges in respect of, again, very similar to Fernanda's presentation, the challenges that the inspectorate in Ireland will have. So in terms of giving just background and context, as I said, hybrid working was always there. It was always a part of our I suppose, working life. However, it was not such a significant focus for regulators. Back in November 2019, we held a national conference about the future of work. And a predominant theme in that conference was that teleworking and mobile working was going to be something that is going to come in the future. Little did we know that in March 2020, it was hoisted upon us in terms of the pandemic. Everybody nearly had to resort to working from home. So it was telling that we were looking at it coming in the future, but unfortunately because of COVID, it came way faster than anyone would have expected. So I suppose just to give a little bit of, there was a survey done by the Central Statistics Office in Ireland around teleworking post-COVID pre-COVID and post-COVID. So just pre-COVID was roughly around 23% working, 1 in 4 working from home or had access to working from home or teleworking, as we know. During COVID, as we all know, essential workers were the only people that were allowed to go to work, and a lot of us had to resort under government restrictions in Ireland to work from home. Overnight, it changed, and we all had to really adapt very quickly to working from home. And that figure for people who were working at home during the pandemic rose to 80%, which is very significant. Post-COVID, and this survey was done towards the end of last year, and there was some restrictions in still some restrictions in place. It's hard to believe. It's like in a distant memory in terms of the restrictions. But this survey was done where there was some restrictions in place, and it was just trying to anticipate what the demand or what numbers would be working at home in the future. So it is open to debate. It was only a small survey sample, but you were looking at roughly almost, 3 out of every 10 or 4. And I think you could say that if you were to take the model of hybrid working, that is probably going to be more realistic, that it will be around 70%. Because some people will have access to working at home full time, some will have a couple of days, and so on and so forth. So I would say that it will be safe to predict that it would be roughly employees will have roughly around 70% of employees will have access to our systems in place that they can work from home. And that is a survey to acknowledge the survey, Our Lives Online, and it was conducted by the CSO in Ireland. I suppose the legislation in terms of Ireland, there's new legislation on the way. It's at bill stage at the moment. It will be enacted fairly shortly in the short term. And what that new legislation, it does not touch upon health and safety. It is not specific to health and safety, but it is the right to request to work from home. There is going to be now legislation there for every employee to have the right to request, and that is very significant. The bill, as I say, when it's enacted, will give the employees the right to make a request to work from home, and it requires the employer to deal with that request and deal with it in an open, honest and transparent fashion. And there'll be strict, I suppose, guidelines as to how those requests will have to be dealt with. While this will be new legislation, it is something that is welcomed, I am sure, by employers and employees. Like everything else, it gives everybody a framework to work to. But as I say, it is not based on occupational safety and health. It is just in terms of the right to work from home. Remote working, from an OSH perspective, is it straightforward? Well, I put a few question marks there. It's not. I'm not too sure how many of you seen this headline, but this was one of the headlines in a newspaper in Ireland. Fall on walk from bed to desk is workplace accident, German court rules. That focused an awful lot of minds right across, I'm sure, Europe. But like every other case, there is specifics that I do not know, but that was the headline that grabbed the attention. And the circumstances are there. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but it was really primarily based, without having read it in detail, based around the insurance, the employer's insurance and whether it would apply. And I'm sure that played a role in the judge's decision making, because in this particular case, the individual was seriously injured in that there was a significant life-changing injuries. And I think from an insurance perspective, that might have swayed it, possibly the judge to rule as it did, without having known the specifics or being there. But it did focus everybody's attention, and awareness was heightened at a national level because it was carried by one of the national titles, one of the most popular national titles in Ireland. And that's the source of where I got that headline. So in terms of, like everything else in terms of OSH, it all depends on legislation and definitions and interpretations of the legislation, and that is very complex. I am 23 years working for the authority, and every court case that we bring before the courts, it is always the legislation and definitions that are scrutinised prior to any evidential matters being addressed in the court. So they're very, very important. And just to outline some of them, we're all familiar with the 89 directive in terms of what a place of work is. And it says that it means a place intended to house workstations on the premises of the undertaking and or establishment and any other place within the area of the undertaking. Now again, the definition there, within the area of the undertaking, and now we were talking about the employee's home place. In Ireland, we have we have a principal piece of legislation for OSH legislation, which is the 2005 Act, and it is the definition of a place of work is very broad within that Act, as you can see. And it basically covers any place where work is carried on. And that could include at home, and it does include at home, as we will see. We have another significant piece of legislation in terms of the general application regulations, and we see further a definition there of a place of work. It means a place of work intended to house and any other place within the area of the undertaking. So it's a little bit more specific in that it says within the area of the undertaking, which is the employer's place of work, or the employer's, I suppose, office or factory, not the employee's home. So there's a little bit of a conflict straight away in terms of the broad definition under the 2005 Act and the definition under the General Application Regulations. However, as Fernanda said, in Ireland, the Constitution protects the home and is very specific that the home cannot be violated unless there is reasonable cause from a legal perspective, the guards entering. But in terms of an inspector entering, it is very, very different. We would have to apply for a court warrant to access a place of work. We cannot go up and demand to enter a place of work. So straight away, there's very significant difficulties with possibly inspecting an environment, as Fernandez has already outlined. Just to go in terms of the key phrases and I suppose legal obligations in respect of the 2005 Act, there are key words and phrases used, and these are the words and phrases that will be open to legal challenge. And some of those phrases combine shall ensure. But then once you move further on, it says, insofar as is reasonably practicable. That brings a very broad definition in terms of what is reasonable and what is practicable. And again, sometimes we all believe that we have got the right definition. It is only in a court of law that that will be teased out to its to the, I suppose, nth degree and very specific. Under our Act, the employer has specific duties under Section 8, and there is a significant list of duties there under Section 8. Section 12 is the duties of an employer to persons other than their employees. I'm highlighting that because in the workplace, you could have contractors entering the place of work. While you talk about the home workplace of the employee or working at home, there are other family members. There could be contractors coming in there on a personal engagement with the employee, and so on and so forth. But Section 12 is very broad and catches a lot of work activity and responsibilities for employers to persons other than their employees, and that's important to highlight. Section 19, a risk assessment. It requires that every work activity has to be subject to a risk assessment, identification of the hazards and control measures. But it does say under the control of the undertaking. So the risk assessment part of our legislation, one could argue, does not apply to working at home. And of course we have employees' duties. Section 13. So that's where the employee must has duties to report defects, comply with their employer's safety management system, and it goes on and lists more. But there is employees' duties. So now, with working from home, we have a combination of employer duties and employee duties in a very different workspace. So just taking the OSH legislation, taking the 2005 Act a little bit further in detail, Section 8 duties apply to an employer whether the employee is on the employer's premises or remote working. And I think, again, it is fair to say that if someone is at work, they are entitled to make sure that their work is carried out in a safe manner and obligations for the employer still rest. So there is no debate on that. Duties arising from Section 8 are not absolute. And again, this is getting into the legal definition. As far as reasonably practicable. So again, there's a broadening out on who says what is reasonable practical in terms of working from home. There is a definition of reasonable practicable, and I'll just highlight the section in red there. It means that an employer has exercised all due care by putting in place the necessary protective and preventative measures, having identified the hazards and assessed the risks. Again, reasonable care, open to interpretation again, in terms of the work environment, home work environment. Section 19, as I pointed out, is a statutory responsibility on employers to make sure that they carry out a risk assessment. It is right and it is proper for what we would call the conventional workplaces, but it equally applies to home working. However, there is one phrase within the subsection of Section 19 of our Act that it says work under his or her control. And as Fernanda said, who is control of the work activity at home? It is certainly the employer may have limited control, they do not have access, but the employee has now got more control in that respect. So Section 19, again, could be argued that it doesn't apply because the employer does not have control of that workplace. However, in order to comply with Section 8, the duty of care, you only can do that if you carry out an assessment of the risks. So straight away, there's a conflict in those two pieces. You can't do Section 8 or live up to your Section 8 responsibilities without carrying out the risk assessment. So there's a little bit of a conflict there because of the definition. It is under the control of the employer, which the domestic workplace is clearly not. I suppose the challenges, having looked at the legislation from an Irish perspective, there are some very complex situations and scenarios that start to arise. And I've already probably alluded to some of these. And Fernando certainly has alluded to them. And they're no different in Ireland than they are in Portugal. Defining the place of work. Is it the room where the office desk is? Question mark. That certainly is. If it's a display screen that is used and telemetry and technology that is used for the employer, it is without question that is a place of work. But then, does it include access and egress, wherever that place might be in your home? The welfare, because welfare is a right for an employer to provide for their employees. So are we talking about the kitchen? Are we talking about the bathroom? How far does the definition of a place of work and the employer's obligations extend? And we start to see difficulties there. What control does the employer have on a domestic dwelling? I think it's fair to say very little because of the constitutional right and the protection of one's home. How does the employer satisfy the risk assessment and what extent and what locations does the risk assessment cover? You can risk assess possibly one room where this display screen equipment is set up, but that employee could move to a different room or multiple locations, or there could be multiple people accessing that location. Domestic settings in their own right can be very complex. Family members. I think everybody probably in this room has been experienced being on a Zoom call with a colleague where little John walks through and sits up in the lap or is doing something behind the employee. That is reasonable and that is to be expected. Shared apartments and common areas. Not every house is individually owned in countries. There are apartments, there are common areas. So we have to respect other people who may have access to those areas. It starts to get more complex. And then, under Section 12, which is very broad and an employer's duty to others than their employees, which covers everybody in the domestic setting, visitors coming and going to the dwelling house. If they were to access the work area that has been risk assessed. And of course, employees themselves can engage contractors to carry out work under domestic working. And that is beknownst or unknown to the employer, yet that hazard might exist close to that workplace. So we can start to see very complex situations starting to arise. As I said, employees have may use more than one location. It may not be in their domestic dwelling. They might decide to take themselves off to a hub where, where technology provisions are provided. They may go to the coffee shop. They may go wherever. It is not fixed. The employer has no control in that. And I suppose, what can the employer reasonably expect from the employees? Because this is at the heart of the problem, or at the issue, or the solution. And I would say more solution. That the employer should request some information from the employee. Now there is some personal information that will be exchanged. Agreements will have to be met and are made. And arrangements. And all of that is predicated. Any arrangement and any duty to the employer is predicated on the employee being engaging and open and honest, and that there is a trust relationship there. It is necessary for this it is necessary for home working to exist as a place of work under occupational safety and health. It requires both parties to engage collaboratively. Who's in control of the work activity? Conventional workplaces are very straightforward. The employer has ultimate control. In the employee's domestic setting, employer has some or none. So that's straight away, it challenges, it goes right to the heart of our legislation. And our enforcement arises from the legislation. So there are significant challenges there. In the context of the headline, the worker fell on the commuter route, on the commuter route from the bed to the office, and the judge ruled. Once we start to talk about accidents in the workplace, we'll just take the more simpler ones, the slips, trips and falls. If the employee falls down the stairs, going to the office or going to the attic, the employee burns themselves with hot liquid during a tea break at home, in their own kitchen, is that the workplace? Is that a reportable accident if they're out for longer than 3 days? Hopefully not. But in Ireland, if you're out for longer than 3 days, you must report that accident. So depending on where the accident and what contributed to the injury, it could come in under occupational safety and health. Or at least the employee may think it does. And the employer may not be on the same, I suppose, agreement or understanding that your place of work, that employee's place of work, extended to multiple rooms and multiple activities outside of their desk setting. And I suppose the protection of others in the workplace who are not employed, that is going to be a significant challenge for employers. And there has to be an understanding between the employee and employer, what is the place of work and who has access to that place of work. Because the simplest place of work, and if we're talking about display screen, we're talking about electrics, we're talking about technology, there are risks arising with those. And unfortunately, if someone accesses that area and doesn't know what they're doing, or a kid, well then that duty will extend under the current legislation. That duty of the employer protecting those other than those in his employee would apply in that case. And that would be very complex to try and manage, to try and investigate, and to try and get to the source and who has responsibility. I suppose the immediate challenges, and I don't want to dwell too long because Fernandez has done a very good job at explaining this, is interpreting the OSH legislation as it applies to remote working. As I said, and I've outlined, some of the key phrases are very much open to interpretation. And as our legal team would say, every case is judged on the specifics of that case. You cannot have a general. You can have a general approach in what might be the understanding, but once it goes wrong, every, I suppose, decision or every outcome will be judged specifically on the circumstances that apply to that particular incident. The number of workplaces has exponentially increased, or has the potential to exponentially increase. And I think it's fair to say that it will and has and is going to exponentially increase. That is a problem from a regulator's perspective. Resources there is always a balance. But if you look at an inspection model for domestic setting, that can eat up a lot of resources in terms of planning, executing, following up, and addressing any of the issues, because you're doing it on a very small workplace where there are multiple. The carrying out of proactive and reactive inspections. Well, proactive is not, at this moment in time, is not a possibility because of the constitutional right to the protection of the home. So that immediately says no proactive inspections. Reactive inspections, yes, in terms of if there's a complaint made, if there's an accident. And I don't see an issue with those, because I think the employee would welcome you into their dwelling if there was an accident. So there would be an invite there. That gets over the constitutional protection. Determination of what is reasonable, practical, once we do go in through the front door, and what the employee might say is their conditions, or where they are working, or what their workspace, what would be reasonable and practicable from an employer's perspective. Our inspectors are going to have to make some judgment calls in respect of that. And that is extremely, extremely challenging, because only in a court of law will it be proven that the interpretation and understanding is correct. The serving of enforcement notices, which we have now in terms of conventional place of work. If we are to serve an enforcement notice on a contravention, we would have to serve it on the employee's residence. We would have to use their address. It is not the employer's address we'd be using, because we have to target our enforcement at the place of work, which would be the employer's. That brings in the protection of rights in terms of data protection laws. So now our enforcement notices are open to freedom of information, and we could have personal data recorded on an enforcement notice, because the place of work is that person's residence. So there's complexities in that regard. The current position, there is the right to request in Ireland, there is the right to request remote working. It will be shortly supported by legislation, but I think it's fair to say that all in Ireland, or stakeholders, are not waiting for that legislation to be enacted. They know that this is coming down the tracks, and they are now working on policies and procedures to address this issue, and that is welcome. But however, the legislation is going to make that give that a statutory footing for employees to request. There is no immediate changes contemplated for OSH legislation. However, as Fernandez pointed out, harmonisation and a review is probably something that would be expected, given the challenges that I have outlined in the current OSH legislation. And I think it is fair to say that the directives and the current OSH legislation, as we have transposed the directives, was not focusing on domestic place of work. That was not in the legislator's psyche at that time. At the moment, to help, as we did in COVID, what we have done and what we are just about to launch in Ireland is information, support and guidance in relation, and we will give employers and employees in the one set of guidance, we will give them a framework to work to. And we hope that they will, like they had to do in COVID, work together to come to an arrangement that is suitable, and that the employee is protected and the employer is assured that they have done everything that is reasonably practicable. So we are producing guidelines, which we will launch very shortly in that regard. Trust between the employer and employee is essential. As it was in COVID, even in the conventional workplace, there was trust, and that is there. But once it comes to a domestic setting, it is going to be paramount and very important that the trust is there, and that there's open and honest communication. Clearly defined policies, which are being, I suppose, worked on at this moment in time by most employers. There will need to be policies to protect the employer, but also to give an understanding to the employee of what the employer's duties and how far they extend. So that is going to be very important. Open collaboration and communication. OSH, the safety management systems, is built on collaboration and communication. Of course there are frameworks there. It is no different in the workplace setting, in the domestic workplace setting. It has to be good communication and collaboration to ensure the safety of the employees and that the employer's duties are met. Perhaps a review of the legislation will be applicable for the hybrid working model. I think we probably will have no choice as we learn and develop, and from a regulator's perspective, the challenges that we might be facing will require us to review and look and possibly review make amendments to the legislation, or somewhere in between, a code of practice that is the best standard and can be used in a court of law. So there are options there, but it is going to be a piece of work that will have to be done. And I suppose the final thought that I'll leave you with, while we would like to think that taking a reasonable and pragmatic approach should resolve most challenges, and it does. However, when an accident occurs, reasonable and pragmatic counts for little, and the focus quickly turns to legislation, obligations, definitions, and their legal interpretations, perhaps solely for the purpose of identifying who may be accountable. So once the accident happens, it gets very specific focus then on what might have been a pragmatic and practical relationship. And that is one of the biggest challenges that we may face with hybrid working. When it comes to hybrid working, while it has existed pre-pandemic, and I've said that, it's nothing new in this, we are now possibly at the start of a journey post-pandemic in relation to hybrid working, solely because of the increase in numbers and focus that will be in this area for the foreseeable future. It is not going to go away. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for presenting us soon expected new Irish legislation concerning the right to request remote work. All challenges related with the remote work that you have presented, especially actions that in Irish experience are required to be taken as soon as possible, well, they are very important in the perspective of the core issue of the conference. Now it is time for questions and answers. So let me start with the questions from online participants. These who take part in the conference in person, they can talk to the speakers also during breaks. So organizers decided to start with the questions from online participants. The first question is to Fernanda. One of the Portuguese solutions for the teleworking is right to disconnect. Is this right implemented in the Portuguese legislation? And if so, how it is described? And is it enforced by Labour Inspectorate in Portugal?
Thank you for the questions. Yes, it is implemented. It's the so short experience. We don't have complaints about that yet. But yes, we can check. We should check, like labor inspector. We should check. We should verify if we have a complaint. The worker say has, please check the right I have to disconnect because it's not respected by my employer. So we have to check the messages. More or less we have to verify the virtual relationship between employer and employee, and it is really huge, because we have to put ourselves in the middle and check at what time, and if the legal working time is respected or not, if it was something we say a major force, some circumstances who justify the connection between employer and employee. If something, if happens something like a fire or something really important and urgent, of course the legislation admit to employer to connect his employee, but otherwise he should respect. We can apply fines if employer doesn't respect this duty. So yes, we can check. Not so much experience until now, but the law is enforced since January, and the thing is, until now, the telework workers look to the teleworking like a benefit. So it is not so. They don't realize how complex it is, the relationship and between employer and employee. He thought, oh, it's great to be at home and work as I please, as I could. If I could not do in the morning, I do it later, and so and so. But no, the Mark said so clearly, I could not. But it was so clear by the presentation of Mark. It is really complex and huge and so demanding, so challenging. So yes, labor inspection have to face that, and in Portuguese law also.
Thank you very much. The next question is to Mark. You have mentioned that OSH complaints lodged to Health and Safety Authority in Ireland are or can be related to remote work. Is there a high number of such complaints? And if so, what issues are raised in the complaints?
Thank you for the question, and it's a good question. In terms of number of complaints, I am not aware of any complaints as such from domestic workplaces. COVID-19 forced us all into that space, and I think there was a novelty with working from home and being able to work from home, that maybe the focus on occupational safety and health and employees who are working at home were not possibly focused on the health and safety issues. They adopted quite well to what was a very quick decision to place them in their home working, and they probably enjoyed that experience. However, as working from home and the hybrid model is now given a legislative footing, and employees find that there will be more long-term working from home, and that is their choice, but they will quickly become aware of the rights and responsibilities that is owed to them from their employer. And I see that now we possibly will start to see perhaps complaints begin to become an issue in terms of the number, where they are, and how we will resolve them. But as we said, there is no argument over the fundamental rights of an employee, that they must be protected and must be carry out their work safely. As we will, I suppose, transition through this, what I said as a new journey, I think we will have the possibility of seeing those complaints, and we're going to have to deal with the complexities that may arise then in addressing those complaints. The model in Ireland is that we ask the employee to engage with their employer to resolve the issue, rather than the inspector calling out. Because as I said in my presentation, collaboration, communication is key. We will never, ever be able to visit every workplace and resolve everybody's complaints. That doesn't mean that their complaints are not a priority. If someone takes up the phone to make a complaint, obviously it is something that is significant in their lives that they're complaining about. However, once it comes to the regulator and prioritising the response and the resources that's available to that, that's where the complexities start to arise. So we try to push the collaboration and communication and engagement and resolution and keep that within the workplace. That's our model in the conventional workplace, and we see it no different once it comes to a domestic setting. So to answer your question in short, not too many complaints that I'm aware of. We perhaps could have got some complaints, but was addressed with what we call first-line intervention, where our contact centre might contact the employee or the employer and ask them to rectify whatever was in foot. I'm not aware of too many of those, Michael. So far, no, but I do see it going to be on the increase.
Thank you very much. And the next question, also to Fernanda. You have mentioned that musculoskeletal risks and psychosocial risks are risks of special importance related to teleworking. For example, psychosocial risks result from isolation of teleworkers on the one hand, and from being always online connected on the other hand. So the question is, has the Portuguese Labour Inspectorate noticed the increase of these two kinds of risks while inspecting teleworking?
Thank you. It's a complex question, but a good one. Not only, of course, by perception, but not for complaints, but we receive from unions a lot of communication with Labour Inspectorate to say that this is an issue, the teleworking rise, and for teleworking telework workers, it is really a problem that came to us, and what we try to do is, like Mark said, it is to try to build a dialogue and a good communication and trust between the two parties, and give them information, support with the information, and how they can for themselves to solve the problems, because it is impossible to have an inspector for each house, each telework space.
Thank you very much. And the last question from the online participants to Mark. You have told us that one of the current actions of the Health and Safety Authority is drafting information support and guidance to assist employers and employees in scope of remote work. What are the specific topics of these supporting materials?
Thanks, Michael. It is no different. It is no different to other guidance, and I suppose we had a model there during COVID where we had our public health experts putting in place restrictive measures that was required to stop the spread of COVID. While that was not based in OSH legislation and the restrictions were not control measures that would have heretofore been referenced under OSH, we came up with a framework where the employers and employees agreed a code, or a protocol is what it was called, a protocol that this is what would be expected from the employers and employees. That model existed in COVID. We've followed the same model for our guidelines on remote working, that we outline what the employer's duties are, what the employees' duties are, and we've come up with templates for risk assessments to assist them and give them an understanding of what is expected under the risk assessment. As I said, risk assessment under Irish legislation is for an undertaken under the control of the employer. Slightly different in the domestic setting, but we have lifted the same principles and put it into our guidance so that the employer has a reference and the employee also has a reference point to what is to be expected in terms of that risk assessment for them in their domestic setting and what might be control measures. So we give an example. We can't cover every situation, but the guidelines is very broad and relates to most domestic settings. Of course, every domestic setting will have its own nuances that will have to be addressed, but the guidelines tries to bridge and takes a helicopter view and gives practical advice for both the employer and the employee in that regard. And a key to it is the example of risk assessments and what needs to be assessed in terms of the working environment at home.
Thank you very much. Well, till the break, we still have a few minutes. So now I would like to ask audience being in person in Wrocław, if you have any question to our experts. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Yes, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Thank you for very interesting presentations. I would, as you probably know, the Acquis puts a lot of duties on the employer and not that much on the employee. And at this moment, there is work going on to amend the directive on the workplace. Could it be a solution to put a bit more duty on the employees? I think especially on the what's it called? It's called the risk assessment, that you put it on the employees to cooperate and have a more responsibility for the risk assessment for work taking place at the employee's home. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. A very interesting point you raise and solution. And one would say that that's a very practical approach. However, as we know, that can be fraught with difficulties once we shift the burden of responsibility over to the employee. And I think that would be very challenging. If we were to look at probably what I would describe as the softer, perhaps, duties in relation to communication and engagement, I think that's a space we could see some clearer, I suppose, guidelines and addressed in the directive. Once it starts to come to control measures, risk assessment, that I see would be fraught with huge difficulty and challenges, because the principle of our legislation and the directives is that it is the employer's duty. The employees have limited, you're right, but they have to comply with the employer's safety management systems, measures, controls. So it is more of a kind of what I would describe as a softer responsibility, an important responsibility, but as you shift the more fundamental risk assessment and control measures over to the employee, I don't think that would be something that would go down too well and maybe very, very difficult to make the changes.
I agree with Mark. Yes, we should to work more in the trust between the employer and the employee, and of course, in Portuguese legislation, we have the duty for both parties to have a written agreement, and as labor inspection, we stimulate them to put in the agreement everything in detail, and we have to stimulate the responsibility of the worker, but it's so difficult to put on them the duty to to do the risk assessment and so, because it's OSHA service who should do that, and it's not in line with the old architecture of the legislation. So, and it is difficult because some we don't have the workers don't have the right skills to do that, and the employer should have the OSHA service. And so I agree with Mark in that I said, but it is a wait.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Yes, here.
Thank you for very interesting.
So thank you very much. Yes, thanks indeed for this very informative, very comprehensive presentations that you have delivered. And my question goes to both of you, actually. And it pertains to some accidents that took place while working from home. Were these incidents reported to your respective labor inspections? Were there any serious accidents among them? And if so, were there any investigations concerning these accidents? I mean, the investigations by inspectors, labor inspectors. And, well, if there were, what interesting conclusions, insights can be formulated based on that?
So now maybe, Fernanda, you would like to start.
Again, not so much experience in doing that. Yes, the accident should be reported within 24 hours to our to labor inspectorate, and we should do the investigation about the accidents and the main causes. So. Yeah, we should do that and have the conclusion and have the consequences and about that. But I don't know how should be in the future and when occurs accident and when they participate as the accidents. I don't know what will happen, but maybe it stop in court because. It's difficult to define the area. It was in the kitchen during the tea break, coffee break. It is, well, I don't know. Thank you for your question.
Yes, Mark.
Thanks, Darius. Yes, look, at no experience that I could point to. That's not to say that we haven't got some reported, but I would expect that that is not the case. And forgive me, I haven't looked for those statistics. What I can probably say with confidence that if there was an accident in a domestic setting that we were investigating, I would have been brought to my attention, certainly in my position. So I don't think that that has been the case. And possibly it is down to I suppose, way working from home was brought in during COVID. Employees may have had some accidents, but they didn't realise that possibly they could be work-related and was not reported in that regard. So I don't think that there has been many. We certainly haven't been involved, with the exception where you might have construction work going on in a domestic setting. That's the exception. We do investigate those. However, like the complaints, I can see that possibly in the future we might see more as employers and in particular employees understand what their rights and I suppose duties of the employer are to them in a domestic setting. And of course, like we have seen in the German case, and I don't have the details of that, depending on the seriousness of the accident itself, that will bring into sharp focus who's accountable, who's responsible. We haven't seen any of that nature at this moment in time.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any other questions? Yes, please. Polish microphone.
So thank you. I'm Adam Mirek. I'm head of the higher mining authority. Our institution is actually one that oversees who actually supervises the operations of mines, but also an employer to about 500 employees of our institutions, of our mining authority. And as we were working from home, and Fernanda was mentioning the relationships concerning remuneration, and against that, well, the payment of remuneration, the employment contracts, these are very serious matters. However, we may imagine two situations where individual persons are employed on a hybrid basis. Firstly, on account of the needs of the employer, in my case, that would be that of the head of the state mining authority. And on the other case, we may also imagine a situation where it is the employee, for any reasons whatsoever, requests that work be conducted remotely. In both these cases, there is a certain nuance, a certain tiny detail, namely that if I request the employee to perform work from home, or I recommend teleworking, the employee not only receives the standard remuneration, but also incurs certain costs related thereto. Let's take just 8 hours of work on a computer, of a scanner, illumination, heating, and so on and so forth. So my question is the following. Did you address this matter in detail in your respective countries, and how to solve these problems, actually? Fortunately, I didn't receive any specific claims, very direct claims from my employees or requests. However, I have noticed that this subject was raised many a time in discussions. Do you have a specific standpoint on that matter?
Thank you. Maybe Mark can start this time.
Thanks. Thank you for the question. Again, I think you've just raised what we are probably seeing as very complex situations beginning to arise in respect of who pays what. In Ireland, in legislation, in terms of health and safety and the protection of employees, no cost arises or accrues to the employee in that case. The employer must take on the cost of protecting their employees. Now, in the situation that you have outlined there, where it is more around the bills, possibly, the costs of working from home, that is not addressed specifically, because one could say that that is not related to the health and safety of the employee in the workplace. The equipment and the provision of the equipment and the protection that is required for that equipment is a cost that the employer must bear. But the cost of running it and the light and the heat in the workplace, it starts to get more grey and difficult and more challenging to make a determination on whether those costs are applicable to the employer under occupational safety and health. And I think we're going to see more of that, because we all know the energy crisis, costs are going up. So I think there's going to be a practical and pragmatic possibly approach, but it's not founded in legislation. So it is some area that is probably going to cause difficulty and challenge, but we will have to see how that will resolve.
And Fernanda, how the issue looks from Portuguese perspective?
Thank you for the questions. Our legislation put all the responsibility for costs in the employer. So equipment, energy, and other costs they can have is the responsibility for the employer responsibility. And if we have a complaint, we have to check to verify this. It is a gray zone, like Mark said, mainly about the costs, because how can we determine, our legislation said we have to check the previous month, homologous month, before the teleworking, and compare the costs. So yes, we have to do that, but again, it's not a preventive inspection. It always depends on a complaint, and no experience until now. It's very recent, and yeah, it will be hard to solve. Again, the recipe is good communication, building a trust relationship, and try to solve with the agreement, because otherwise it's more and more complex.
Sorry, if I could just add, and in relation to your question, I think I mightn't have addressed it with the specifics, where the employer requests the employee to work at home, I think that would strengthen the case for the costs to be covered. However, in the hybrid model where the employee can request the right to work from home, I think it gets a lot greyer in that respect. However, in the first scenario where the employer says to the employee, you must work from home, there is no legislation under OSH legislation that would address those costs.
Thank you.
Yes, I do get it. I understand that these are, well, we are mainly preoccupied with OH&S problems. However, problem remains a problem. In privately owned businesses, you can imagine a situation where an employer, let's say, calculates a lump sum, adds X to Y, and pays, let's say, X amount for a single day of telework. Well, the situation with state-owned institutions like mine is something yet different, because this compensation may not interfere with what is referred to as the salary fund. We have a clear distinction between regular remuneration and other costs that a state-owned institution has to incur. You cannot cover these costs from a fund that is allocated for remuneration. Hence the problem. I suppose that might require certain specific regulations so that as heads and managers of state-owned institutions are not faced with this very difficult and unsolved situation. I think that the Minister of Labour will even have the same problem with their own respective employees. However, I do thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I see that the microphone is in the hand of Agnès Glass from France.
Hello.
Please.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to know if the workers' representatives were very much involved in the subject of teleworking, and in case maybe they could sign agreements with their employers, and of course, maybe it's a response to the cost we are talking about now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to say it's not so involved as it should be, maybe, because it is really important they are involved and they contribute for solutions, because it is a very complex issue, and it's demanding reasonable solutions. So if they are more involved, we can achieve better solutions. And until now, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Sorry. Could you repeat the main?
No, it was just a question about the involvement of the workers' representatives on teleworking and the relationship with the employers and maybe companies' agreements or collective agreements on this topic.
Yes, in Portugal, it is difficult. This involvement is not so high as it should, in my point of view, of course, and the workers' representative are now much more aware about the situation, but not enough. I think we have a lot of path ahead to do, and we try to work with them, mainly to spread information between their associate active members, but it's not enough. It's not enough involved.
Thank you. Mark, would you like to comment the issue?
Yeah, just in relation to that matter, I should point out that my organisation, or the organisation I work for, is for occupational safety and health. Primarily, that's the focus. We have another agency that looks after the work, so there's two separate agencies. However, the model we work under in terms of the occupational safety and health and my organisation, we have a tripartite board where the employees are representative, and government also appoints representatives. So it's a tripartite board. And in relation to any legislation or guidance that comes out, there is a subcommittee of the board, a legislation and guidance subcommittee, which is equally represented by all three parties. And so that's where the collective, I suppose, agreement and broad principles are agreed. So it's addressing that, maybe not as specific as maybe some employees, because they're only represented if they're part of a union, and not every worker is part of a union. So there is a significant cohort that might be outside of that, I suppose, relationship. But that is the best model that we see, and it has served us well in the past up until now.
Thank you very much. I think it's time to close the first session. So, Fernanda and Mark, thank you very much for presenting very interesting Portuguese and Irish experiences in that field. Now I would like to invite all participants for, well, let's say short break for 30 minutes. So we are coming back at 11:30. Thank you. It's time to start the second session of our conference. I'm glad that all experts presenting their speeches during second session, they are near a panel table. First, let me explain or answer some questions from our online participants. They asked about conference materials and other technical issues. Well, we will consider these questions, and I will answer all of them, let's say, tomorrow in the beginning of the day. And now, in the beginning of the second session, I would like to give the floor again to the Chief Labor Inspector of Poland, Mrs. Katarzyna Łażewska-Hrycko, who will introduce presentation titled Robotization and Algorithmisation in the Work Processes.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I start my presentation, I would like to share a reflection which I have just had after the first session. I actually shared it with some of you outside. Well, regardless of where we come from in the world, as labor inspectorates, well, what we share are certain fundamental aspects, and they are very similar indeed in various countries, and I believe that our conference has already shown this to us already after the first panel about telework, about hybrid working, just how important it is to meet and to share these experiences. So, modern technologies are not only new products, they represent a change in the functioning of companies, of businesses at the organizational, functional, and often also financial level. If the methods of work of businesses change, well, labor inspection will have to change. In particular, this involves changing in the manner of exercising control in performing inspections. And new business models, thanks to online platforms and the ubiquitous smartphones, already make it possible possible for businesses to work on a nationwide or even global basis without physical resources, technical infrastructure, machines, or own means of transportation, which used to be essential for the function of businesses in a specific place that can be inspected. How to perform inspections and how to exercise supervision of the work of people who communicate with the business only and exclusively through a smartphone or laptop and are in constant motion, where it is necessary to create the right conditions for new technologies to be created and implemented. And this is the role of the state, of legislation, of scientific clusters, institutes and entrepreneurs. But this will entail a need to quickly and uninterruptedly supplement knowledge by employees, but also labor inspectors. And employees are the most important resource of any business, and it is necessary to create the right conditions, the favorable conditions for them to pursue the company's goals, including implementation of cutting-edge solutions. And the role of labor inspectorates, exercised on behalf of the state, continues to be inspecting and controlling whether safe and healthy conditions are ensured for workers. And some new threats are appearing, sometimes not recognized before, and ubiquitous electronics and screens, they dominate in terms of the working resources, and the ratio of physical employees to machines may, although not necessarily, change to the advantage of the latter. And Industry 4.0 is not only about technologies, but also about new methods of work and the role of people in that industry. Automation, robotization of production processes, well, these are trends implemented increasingly often in Polish manufacturing plants, but we are rather talking about the larger employers, and the number of industrial robots in Poland is growing, but at a slower pace than one might expect. In SMEs in Poland, the dominant strategy for development of the business is still based on relatively simple methods of increasing production capacities, for instance, by expanding the production infrastructure and the machine stock, potentially searching for methods to improve working performance. And some Polish businesses that lack the access to modern technologies, they use as a remedy for difficult times, well, downsizing and reduction of the costs of business, and actually abandoning the relationship between the employer and the employee, and escaping into forms of employment outside the labor code, or reducing pay for its employees. And often the strategy for development of the business is not about increasing production capacities by increasing employment, but by extending the time of work of the staff they already have. And inspectors really see this challenge, reacting to abuse and the lack of respect of employee rights. And this trend cannot be stopped, however, of modernization of production processes. And the cost of labor, human labor, are growing. It is hard to get qualified personnel, professional personnel, and the requirements from the markets as to quality, repeatability, and the lead time are increasingly high. On top of that, there is the more aggressive rivalry and competition over customers. So businesses are forced to reach for the latest technological solutions, including industrial robots and automation of some processes, often related to algorithmisation, that is, increasing the possibilities of accurate business decisions, of well-advised financial decisions, but also HR decisions. And in all this, we have the human being, the employee, who are satisfied and fascinated to see the development of technology, more rapid smartphones, better performing computers, better TV screens, but on the other hand, they are concerned whether they will still be able to earn money to somehow earn their living in a traditional way, with their mind, with the labor of their hands, and with their involvement in work. And bear in mind the figures you can see in the slide in our part of the world, saying that there is a revolution in progress with robotization. It's too early to say that. In Poland, we have 52 robots per 10,000 industry workers. Now, according to a report by the largest strategic and operational advisory firm in Poland, McKinsey & Company, drafted in collaboration with Forbes Monthly, the progress in automation of working processes might mean a deep change in labor markets. And the report is entitled, well, the name checks out, you know, arm in arm with a robot, how to tap the potential of automation in Poland. And according to the authors, up to 49% of working time in Poland, this is the equivalent of 7.3 million jobs, are activities that can be automated by 2030 using the already existing technologies. However, the share of the activities that will actually be automated will probably be lower due to the technological barriers. For instance, well, internet coverage and the power engineering infrastructure, as well as the shortage of specialists in terms of new technologies, economy, legislation, social aspects. What can be automated? Well, jobs based on predictable activities, physical activities, manual labor, packaging, loading, preparation of meals, as well as also intellectual labor, namely gathering, analysis of data, filling out forms, generating invoices, filling out and processing of data. And this work is more often performed by employees with lower education, and statistically more by men than women. We are talking about the repeatable and predictable jobs. On the other hand, automation may create more new jobs, and new technologies improve production capacities, make it possible to increase profits and to pay better. And so this makes it possible to create jobs, stimulate demand, and automation technologies will create new jobs. For instance, data analysts who create and develop automation algorithms. And according to the report, jobs with the highest potential for automation of production processes are the following: industrial processing workers, textile and clothing, carpenters, workers in the catering area preparing meals. But a meal prepared by a robot, will it taste equally good as a meal prepared by a human being? Also, metal and plastics processing workers, but only IT engineers? Well, not necessarily. And some of you might be wondering why I'm mentioning, for instance, woodworking, wood processing employees. And you see a woodworking machine operator's working station, and he won in one of the editions of the competition of the Labor Inspectorate, the employer organizer of safe work. Thanks to new technologies, well, as a matter of principle, the safety and conditions of work are improved, but sometimes new, sometimes unrecognized threats appear, and all stakeholders of the technological revolution currently in progress will have to acknowledge them, and they will have to counteract them. And we expect the new technologies to eliminate many of the current threats appearing in the existing traditional working environment. And from the point of view of protection of the human being in the working process, further automation of production processes will lead to the disappearance of the need of performing hazardous work harmful to the human being, directly by the human being. But at the same time, the mental burden will keep growing. And the photographs shown here, well, they lead us to the conclusion that the perception overload, the perceptive overload, when we have to handle many screens full of information, this will constitute a challenge for people responsible for occupational health and safety. Faced with the further expected development of digital technologies, including robotization and algorithmisation of working processes, the natural question appears, namely, which skills will be needed by employees of the future? And thinking about the labour markets that will soon be present in Europe, it is worth thinking about the potential scenarios in terms of the demand for employee skills and competencies. And it seems that a significant factor supplementing the development of innovation and civilizational changes is reinforcing the conditions for the increase in the potential for creativity and development of so-called soft skills, including interpersonal communication, empathy, the ability to transfer knowledge and to build the position of a team leader, personality management, motivation, negotiation skills, management skills, and creativity we've already mentioned. Automation of industrial production, however, is only one of the elements of replacing people in the tasks performed so far. And today, arguably a bigger challenge for the labour market is automation of white-collar jobs and trade. And until recently, workers driven out of factories by automated production lines or industrial robots could go and work in shops. But recently, also in this sector, the process of replacing people with machines has started. And in a large part of supermarkets, we know, there are automatic checkout lines. And soon, microchips in product packaging will eliminate tills in their entirety. In not to mention the sector of trade without any shop assistance and without leaving one's home using a computer with internet access. And you can buy a train ticket or a museum ticket using your smartphone now. So technology is starting to drive out people from certain sectors, and once jobs require increased specialization and professionals are losing their jobs, it will be hard to actually change their qualifications. And a farmer could quite easily become an unqualified, well, not a worker without high qualifications, but soon we will need them less because the simple, repeatable production activities will be replaced by robots. So the time of professionals is coming. So as developed countries, societies, we need to ask the question which skills we need so as not to lose the race against machines. So independently of the huge changes accompanying the technological development of the world, we must not ignore the most important element of work, which is still, fortunately, the human being. And European societies might not be ready for this technological leap. And data from research conducted by the European Commission suggests that 57% of EU citizens have some digital skills at a basic or slightly higher level. If we are talking about quantum leaps in terms of how we work, resulting from technological change, well, we should take into account that this huge number of Europeans just won't become programmers overnight in terms of, robot environment systems or authors of software or mobile apps. And to put it bluntly, this whole crowd of people will have to offer something in exchange if their jobs become automated or semi-automated by production lines and rooms full of computers analyzing at light speed our consumer trends. And summits of European politicians concern the need to prepare social institutions as well as legislation, educational systems, in such a way as to make sure that citizens can rest assured about their future and the future of their children in this new world of work. This is a quotation. This is a former European Commission Commissioner for Employment, Social Affairs and Skills and Mobility of Workers. So on the one hand, the mobility, which characterizes especially the young generation. On the other hand, there's the technology of huge potential of information flow and remote communication between people. This means a change in the models of work. Report by the ILO and the European Foundation for the Improvement of Life and Work Conditions, Eurofund, entitled Work Conditions from a Global Perspective, suggests that in Europe over 20% of workers work remotely from time to time. And the largest share of these people, we see this in the Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden and the USA. And the smallest numbers in Bulgaria, Spain, Germany and Italy. And the survey was conducted among 3,500 employees from 75 countries, and for a third of them the main source of income was remote work with several entities, and for others this remote work was additional work or a conscious choice to work from home. In the case of 8%, work from home, telework, in other words, was the only option due to the state of their health or the need to look after other family members. And it is quite significant that 90% of the respondents said that they would work more in that way if only they got more jobs, more assignments, and the pay were high. And clearly people who are professionally active, they want a change in the traditional model of work, and today technology makes it possible for them as never before. However, there is a dark side to do this. There's a flip side. 43% of respondents working from home used to work at night, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. and 36% would work regularly 7 days a week. So what about working time standards and health problems? What will the European labour inspectorates, what will they be able to do in terms of influencing pro-health behaviours in the workplace, in the private space of employees? Well, we expect that robotization will eliminate many of the current threats appearing in the working environment, and from the point of view of occupational health and safety, the advantages resulting from a wider application of robotics, they actually entail replacing people working in harmful conditions and hazardous conditions, and as a consequence the exposure to chemical, physical, biological and ergonomic threats will be limited. A leading role will be played by psychosocial factors. At the same time, however, history teaches us that new technologies bring about not only advantages and better opportunities, but also threats revealed after some time, for instance, asbestos. Well, alongside the numerous advantages related to technological progress, there is the concern that automation and robotization will bring about an increase in unemployment. Repeatable actions to which one can ascribe the sequential nature of specific actions can be successfully performed by machines. However, there is also the concern that technological transition will lead to many professions disappearing, or at least to a strong decrease in the demand for employees in such fields, although perhaps, well, most probably new areas and new professions will emerge. Perhaps professionals will be needed to create neural systems for safety and health management at work, and also there will be a demand for psychologists who will examine the influence of work on the mental health of employees. And threats coming from already tried and tested technologies may already be considered recognized, which is confirmed by the applicable legal regulations in force. In the case of some new technologies and new working models, however, such experience is lacking, and the lack of the relevant legislation not only excludes an informed definition of preventive measures, but essentially makes it impossible for inspection and supervision bodies to work, and this includes labor inspectorates. So without an assessment developed by scientific circles to assess the influence of new substances on human health, without the determination of the boundary limit values of working environment factors, it is impossible to assess the exposure of employees or third parties to new professional risk factors. And an example of these technologies is nanotechnology, but also synthetic biology. Carbon nanotubes actually have similar features to asbestos filaments, to asbestos fibers. So one should hope, therefore, that the incessant research and involvement on the part of science and industry in the field of threats coming from new technologies will make it possible to develop the right legal standards soon. And Eurofund, in its conceptual document about digitization, presents the directions of influence of 3 vectors on labor and employment. It is expected automation will change the types of tasks required from people in production and services, which will in turn influence the structure of employment, the level of required skills, as well as the conditions of work and industrial determinants. And it is expected that digitization has a more direct influence on working conditions due to the changed working environment and working processes. Most probably changes will come in the tasks and professions, in the conditions of employment and working relationships. It is expected that platforms will have the biggest influence on the social organization of work, and thus on the conditions of employment and industrial relationships, which in turn influence labor conditions. And automation of work consists in replacing human work by machines in the case of some types of tasks in production and distribution processes, and using digital technologies makes it possible to algorithmically control machines, and this is followed by a much larger number of possibilities of automation than ever before. Digitization of processes is related to the use of sensors and rendering devices to physically transform the production process of it, or a part thereof, to digital information, and vice versa, using in this way the much expanded possibilities of processing and storing, as well as transmitting digital information. Coordination through platforms uses digital networks to coordinate economic transactions in an algorithmic way, and the most widely discussed aspect is platform work and matching demand and supply in terms of paid work through an internet platform or an app software, in other words. So the progress that has already been seen in AI technology has made it possible for robotics and automation technologies to develop rapidly. For instance, self-driving cars, drones, virtual assistants, and they are used increasingly often year after year. on an increasing scale in business, and robotics combines engineering and IT, creating solutions for different industries. And when I see a drone in our presentation, we have the president of the Technical Supervision Office. Well, I would like to tell you, and this includes our foreign guests, that drones in practice, in terms of inspections, if we're talking about the Technical Supervision Authority, they are already supporting, as we speak, those officials, securing them in situations when they enter various rooms, when they enter various premises or work at heights. I'm talking, for instance, about control of lifting devices, of cranes, for instance. So this is already the reality that we are encountering on a daily basis today, and this is all happening in front of our very eyes. And in technological progress, a key role is played by AI. And this is defined as the capacity of a machine to exercise human cognitive functions such as recognition of images and processing of language, drawing conclusions, learning, interaction with the environment, solving problems, and even creativity. Would you feel safe in the company of such an assistant? So this humanoid, this is the first time it's seen its reflection in the mirror. Industrial robots are not that advanced when it comes to facial expressions. They are most often, automated software. These are multitasking machines with various degrees of freedom of movements. They are used for monotonous and onerous industry work such as welding, painting, packaging, assembly. Robotization of production lines actually contributes to an improvement of the speed and precision of actions. Robotization has also yielded fruit in terms of swarm robotics, and this means many robots which are interconnected, and every single one acts on its own, but the whole group creates a system together. So warehouse employer, well, this job may cease to exist soon. So no more warehouse employees. So these phenomena and tendencies I have and trends I have presented, this may actually make us suspect that soon we will be facing some of the biggest challenges of humanity. However, Industry 4.0, this concept does not assume that manufacturing plants will be created in which people will be simply replaced by robots. It's more about making them a better place to work, where people will become invariably most important. However, thanks to new technologies and smart machines, they will simply obtain more competencies than ever before. However, for this to succeed, the working stations, the jobs will need to be reprofiled holistically in accordance with the needs resulting from changes in technological processes, and also the right qualifications, skills should be provided to the people performing these jobs. Only in this way can it be possible to stop the technological unemployment, or at least limit its scale. Not in all areas of professional life do the new technologies, so-called new technologies, eliminate old threats. And an example can be substances and mixtures which are cancerogenous, and technological processes which have this influence. And this gradual replacement of chemical substances, their mixtures or agents or processes which are mutagenic or cancerogenic, And their gradual replacement with less harmful alternatives is an obligation of employers. However, it is impossible with the current technological development to entirely withdraw from the working environment all cancerogenic or mutagenic substances. And the chemical sector is constantly developing, and this entails the appearance of new threats in the working environment. For instance, these nanomaterials I've already mentioned, and this has not been recognized yet. These threats, hence the employees exposed to them are a particularly vulnerable group in terms of loss of health or life. And the observed era of automation brings about challenges but also opportunities, huge opportunities. So the transformations in the labor market, in ensuring a smooth transition for employees whose work has been automated, their transition to new jobs, well, these new jobs should not be lacking, but they require different sets of skills, cooperation with technology, and also with people, perhaps in a remote formula. Automation will significantly improve the productivity of many employees instead of spending time performing repetitive activities which bring small value to clients, patients, students or other target groups. They will be able to focus on the most valuable part of their work. And this represents a stimulus, a development stimulus for European economy, and also opportunities for businesses. And the preparations that will allow us to tap this potential should be started already now at the level of legislation, education, cognition and implementation. And from the point of view of work organization, cutting-edge technologies have intensified communication and cooperation between different departments and teams and have had a positive impact on the progress of works, inspection of quality and standards. And these technologies have also influenced the definition and contents of tasks. Automation has contributed to a reduction in tasks performed manually and routinely, and has placed bigger emphasis on managerial and analytical tasks. Digital technologies are connected with extensive possibilities in terms of recording, reporting and monitoring, although they can be used to the employee's advantage, for instance, to reduce their physical strain and dangerous situations. They may also constitute a challenge, especially when it comes to data protection and privacy protection. And algorithmisation leads to the biggest concerns, especially if the data which are stored are used to make important decisions concerning pay, extension, renewal of agreements, contracts, also hiring and dismissal from work. So in terms of the physical environment, using new technologies has made it possible to decrease physical risk, but has potentially increased exposure to threats related to ergonomics due to the fact that people sit at work more. Digitization, unless it is designed with the workers' interests in mind, may also increase their exposure to physical risk and psychosocial risks resulting from long working hours or work in atypical schedules, being constantly connected, being constantly online, and the overlapping of private time and working time, as well as the increased intensity of work and the related stress. So the Commission has focused its ambitious goals concerning the economic recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic on digital and environmental technologies, and the Next Generation EU Fund, which is a part of the package for recovery of the EU after the COVID-19 pandemic, will play an important role to improve the quality of digital infrastructure and the support of policies with regard to the skills and the introduction of new technologies, especially SMEs. And although the action plan of the European Commission concerning the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights emphasizes the important role of digital technologies in the economic and social recovery of the European Union after the pandemic, the declaration of the Social Summit in Porto, which was held in May 2021, the need was confirmed for a digital, green and just transition. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry wrote, I can't predict, but I can lay the foundations, because the future is something one builds. So this is a task we are facing, of building a new, safe and secure future for all people who are professionally active.
Thank you very much for presenting us Polish Labour Inspectorate's perspective on changes in work models related to new technologies in labour market, as well as advantages and new risks associated with robotization. Questions concerning your presentation that have been raised by online participant will be asked, if the time allows, of course, on the last part of the session, questions and answers. Now I would like to invite the Director of Field Operations in Department for Work and Gender Equality in Ministry of Social Affairs and Health in Finland, Mr. Arto Teronen, who will introduce presentation titled Psychosocial Workload Factors Survey and the Use of it in Enforcement. Mr. Teronen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michal, for the kind words and the presentation for myself. I'd like to talk about our tool which we have developed in Finland for the psychosocial working life and how to systematic way go to before the inspections and to see what kind of workload factors there are in the workplace. And there are many reasons why we should tackle these work-related stress and strain. There's a few of those. I think at least 4 reasons are obvious that we have to deal with this when we are talking about psychosocial working load and these risk factors. First of all is, of course, the legislation that the employer has a legal responsibility to prevent such a harm and strain happening in the workplace for employees' physical or mental health. And that's more or less same in all countries in Europe. And of course, it costs money in social level and in company level and in individual level also, that it affects on that way too. And the reason mainly in recent years, the mental health problems has been, and it's nowadays the main cause of sickness absence and disability pensions also in Finland, and that's a huge change in these causes. And of course, we have to think about the individual, their strain and stress which they are facing on the workplaces and how the stress affects their health and functional capacity. And of course, there are studies that shows us that the work-related stress affects also for the individual their poor health and increases that, but also it lowers the productivity and overall it increases the accident and sickness absence rates. And of course, there has to be, at that point of view, business benefits also for company level to tackle these kind of risks and strains which are related to the work stress. And here's some table of our retirement statistics in Finland, and you can see clearly there that these are the new retirement per year, and of course we have a good trend going on in the disability pensions in Finland. They are nowadays a little bit more than 70,000 per year, but since 2018 I think the change has happened that the mental and behavioral diseases are the main cause of these disability pensions in Finland, and that's the one main decisions which also we have to concern when we are tackling this kind of social problems in working life. And one, if you these background drivers which in society level enforces us to make some kind of actions, how to prevent psychosocial risks and how to tackle these questions. One obvious thing is that in inspections there's difficult to observe the situation in workplace level, that what are the work-related stress factors and what are the causes that make people sick and leave early to the retirement. And that's why we started 2018 to develop a survey which can be used in a workplace level before the inspection to make so to speak a systematic way to see what situation is in the workplace and start the process when we are doing inspections on the psychosocial workload factors. We used our Finnish Institute of Occupational Health as a operator who was with us developing this survey, and first it was used like pilot projects with a paper form questionnaire, and since 2021 we had this whole survey is part of our enforcement data system, so it can be easily used in inspections. And the main goal of the survey is to monitor the harmful strain and psychosocial stress at the workplace, so we can see where is the room for improvement and what kind of stress factors there are prevailing on the workplace. And of course, it helps to assess the inspector to assess the situation also in the workplace that, as I mentioned, it's so difficult or impossible maybe to have another systematic way to enforce these kind of questions. Without going into details of the survey, this old material, the survey is also in Finnish, Swedish and English. It's in our website. You can check it out for yourself if you're interested. But the basic structure of this survey is so that it has 3 different areas or categories of questions, like questionnaires typically do. One of them are concentrating on workload factors which are relating to the way in which work is organized. There are 7 questions on this area. Then we have some workload factors which are related to the content of the work and how that affects the stress, work-related stress. And the last one is how the social functionality in the workplace affects these situations. And it's typical survey in a way that it has response scale 1 to 5. So the higher the value, the severe is the situation in questions. And as a result of the survey, we can get an average value of these old questions, each question in the workplace. And also we can have a comparison with the other workplaces which we have previously inspected and make this survey also. There's an overall picture of these 3 categories or areas, and the text is quite small, and I apologize for that, but for instance, if you look at the first category, it's the way in which work is organized in the workplace. There are questions about how clear or unclear are your job descriptions, and how clear are your responsibilities in your work, and for instance, how the working outside the regular working hours is done, how many and how much it's done in outside those hours. And questions relating to the content of the work are more or less obvious, and they are concentrating on constant interruptions in the work while working, or challenging or difficult situations with the customers, or these kind of situations, or threat of violence in your work. And the third one, social functionality, it's a large area of questions which are, for instance, cooperation with your colleagues, or cooperation with your manager, or this kind of situation. And the survey contains also open space at the end of the survey where respondents can be more specific of those workload factors which they like to inspector to know, because inspector can read all the answers and maybe focus his or her things in an inspection in different factors. Here you can see an example of the survey in the first part of it, and how this survey is built in a way. It's have the same formula in a way that the question is that how often have the following issues caused you harmful strain at the work during the past 6 months. So it's quite like a opinion of employee that what is he or how he or she sees the situation in his workplace and on her point of view. And of course there are some questions which do not apply in all situations, like shift work and this kind of thing. So you can also answer that it doesn't apply to my work, so it can be go through over and it doesn't affect the results. So in that way, but the method, as I mentioned in the beginning, is a tool for inspector mainly, because it helps to in systematic way to see the situation in the workplace level and how the employees are responding to these questions and what kind of possible harmful strain there are. And of course in workplaces, usually when an inspector goes there and starts these questions and discussion about work-related stress, it might be quite new subject to the workplace also, that this helps the discussions in the workplaces to start and people to think about their particular work and the stress effect, how the stress affects their work. And of course the method is that we use this pre-inspection, and later on I can tell you some more about that, how we use it normally ways and what are the results on a larger scale. Of course there's a limitation on this too, because this is this has been structured for the enforcement purposes mainly, and this doesn't suit to all the work-related factors in a way, because in our jobs we have also job resources that helps us to work in and this is more on the negative side of those strains and harmful load factors. And one thing is that this survey might not be good idea to alone to make conclusions to be drawn about the health status of the workplace itself, but it can be used in a to support the findings that the inspector is doing on the workplace, and maybe you can have reach the things that are complicated on the workplace and draw the conclusions and discussion on those topics. Usually the survey is used in inspections like first that the inspector sends the questionnaire to OSH representative or the OSH manager, who shares the questionnaire with the employees. It's usually done in email or at least in electronic form, that there is a link where they can answer these questions anonymously, and the employers answer the question online in let's say approximately a week before the inspection happens. So the inspector gets the results before he goes to the workplace, and so he has those results in his pocket to go there and find what kind of situation is on the survey and what kind of results has been exceeding in the survey respective. And the summary of the results are discussed in the inspection with the employer and the employees. or their representatives, and they are discussing what are their feelings about these results and the workload factors and so on. And after the inspection, in the inspection report, it's an annex of this survey, and its findings are delivered to the workplace. And as you see, there are lots of questions in different categories on those 3 categories, and here's a picture of what it looks like when workplace have this kind of summary of the overall results. Now you have to read some Finnish on their left side, but I explain you what are those Finnish texts on the columns. And the first, upper first line is the overall value of the summary. So it's the average of all the 22 questions, and the black beam or column there tells what's the situation on this inspected workplace, and the light blue column is the reference workplace values. And in this point there was 44 answers from the inspected workplace, and the reference value is from the 80 workplace at the same sector that this inspected workplace was. So this gives an employer and employee a little bit comparison how the situation is on the workplace and what are the differences maybe into if you are looking at other workplaces. And second, and these, as I mentioned, there are these 3 categories. So the other average values are from them. So it's the first one is the way in which work is organized, and second one are the content of the work, and third one is the social functionality of the workplace. So with this, it's quite clear results to discuss and debate with the employer, but also they get a summary of all these 22 questions. So they can mainly, this is the interesting part, because the differences are here mainly in different questions, and that's maybe the strongest part of the survey, that it can identify some workload factors which are prevailing in this workplace where we have been inspected. And this is the first category of how in which way the work is organized, and you can see there are 7 questions. All they have these companies' overall value of those particular questions, and then there are average value of all the reference workplace which have been surveyed before, and then they have these quarters of the worst, second, third, and the best quarter. So you can see where you are going and what's the status of every question comparing to other workplaces. So it's quite a basic information to discuss. And as I mentioned, we have been since 2021 have this part of our data system in our enforcement, and we have done about 1,200 inspections with this system and with this survey. And as you can see, these are the average indexes from different sectors. And this is not scientific fact in a way, because the number of inspections are quite low, and they are not distributed evenly. And as you see in this next picture, it seems why I say that this is not maybe scientific answer of this all, because we have mainly concentrated on the health and social work places in the beginning of 21 on this survey, and there are over 500 inspections done with help of this survey. So at the moment we are looking for these other sectors too, and have made some inspections there, but not many. So it's too early to say that this works well in every workplace. Even this has been designed that it could be used any place at all. So it doesn't have sector-specific questions or something like that. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to point out also that this is the first, I think, a systematic way in Finland where we have tried to collect the information of the psychosocial strain and working conditions with this survey. And we have been quite happy with the results, and it has been maybe not to say success, but it has been given an extra tool for inspector to talk about the workload factors in the workplace inspections and tell about what are the workload factors anyway, where they come from, which they might be in particular workplace and inspections, and it helps to identify the problems in a workplace level, or in a certain degree that the problems might be in some areas. And finally, and hopefully, it helps the workplace also to take concrete measures to prevent work-related stress and make some measures to decrease the stress levels and take advantage of some reforms and changes in the workplace. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arto, for your presentation, for presenting us psychosocial workload factors survey and the way that the survey is used by labor inspectors while conducting inspections in Finland. There are a few questions for you raised by our online participant, but we will wait with them till the end of the session. The last presentation of the second session is titled Offshore Wind Turbine Construction Sites and will be presented by Mrs. Agnes Glass from Sub-Directorate of the Steering and Animation of the Labour Inspection System in General Directorate of Labour in France, accompanied by Mr. Bernard Martin from Regional Directorate of Labour in Brittany in France. Agnes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can join me? You stay? Okay. Two voices. Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Chief Labour Inspector, and thank you very much on behalf of France for this wonderful conference. And we are very honored to have been invited. Okay. So I guess I have to switch here. Okay, so the outline of the presentation is in 5 parts, and we will alternate with my colleague the presentation. So we will have first point the context, then main risk and issues, of course, for Labour Inspectorate, the guidelines, training and support for the Labour Inspectorate, of course, and we will illustrate this presentation with 2 sites, 2 construction sites in Saint-Nazaire and Saint-Brieuc, and of course the challenges and perspectives for the future. Of course, I have to say a few words about the French labour inspection system, which is mostly, of course, competent towards the private companies in different activities and sector of activities. I'm sorry. We have not the same height.
Is it?
Okay, thank you. Of course, we are competent in different sectors of activity: industry, commerce, services, agriculture, transport, and maritime activities as well, and partially in the public sector as well, only on OSH matters. And of course, we have to comply with the labor code, which give us the competencies to go to the into the companies for the inspection visits. And we might as well use other codes, such as the transport code, rural and maritime fishing, environment, social security, etc., as long as the text give us the ability to use it. And we are also competent towards collective agreements and company agreements, especially for the minimum wages, where we do have coercitive powers. And of course, we are generalist system. And we of course have OSH matters as principal activity, but not only OSH matters, also all labor relations. I would say, of course, I would just mention legality of the employment contract, organization of work, duration of time, working hours, of course, social dialogue, but also discrimination, harassment, etc. And to finish with the figures, we do have approximately 20 million of employees in France and 1.8 million of establishments, and for a number of labor inspectorates, which is around approximately 1,900. So, of course, the point today is to speak about maritime sector. We are diving into the subject now, and we do have 41 inspectors all over France and overseas who are competent, who have the competencies to inspect the maritime activities. But not only that, because they are working on a section, and probably, of course, they have also other companies around their sector of activity. And they spent the average of 25% of their time on, and they concentrate 25% of their time on maritime sector. And we do have approximately 34,500 French seafarers, and we have to face a very complex legislation, because of course there's international conventions, European regulations, and of course national laws. And besides that, we have two administrations competent on the labor administration and maritime affairs administration. So labor inspectorate is fully competent for vessel flying the French flag, of course, but also foreign flag vessels if they sail between two French ports and if they provide a service in the French territorial sea, which is the case, of course, for the construction of offshore wind turbines. I have also to say a few words about the context, of course, because today we are talking about the challenges of the future, and for our government, the objective is, of course, to mix our energy and to produce 40% of electricity from renewable sources before 2030. So this is the reason why we are expecting 50 offshore wind farms around 2050. So it's tomorrow, almost. And of course, there are some obstacles for the development of such big farms at sea, because of course we need we have procedures and they are very long. We need to have public debates, to have authorizations, and of course there is a cohabitation on the sea, of course, with fishermen, maritime transport, ferries, etc., and also the power of the protection of environment, which is, as you can imagine, of course, very present on this topic. Also, that's the reason why the construction phases have often been delayed for procedural reasons, appeals, etc. And now our government is trying to reduce all those delays and, of course, the costs, because you can imagine the cost of this kind of construction. It's probably between 1 and 5 billion of euros. Of course, there is a necessity to attain the objective to simplify the procedures and, of course, to go faster. So here's a map of the projects we have in France right now. They are almost all on the Atlantic and the west coast of France, and the most advanced are actually on the west coast. But we have projects also on the Mediterranean Sea, and all the projects are for floating offshore wind turbines, which is, of course, a new technology as well. So it's a big challenge also. Now I will give the floor to Bernard for the risks that we are encountering, wherever you want. Yeah. This way I can just...
Tu peux le faire. Tu connais le truc. Be indulgent. This is my first presentation in English. My Polish and my English are very limited, but not my investigation as a labor inspection. Mrs. Chief Labor Inspection, dzięki za zaprowadzenie. I will start with the risk involved on wind farms. We identified any risk of falling from the landing stage, failing between the ship and the structure. We will see that after. Chemical risk, storage and use. Usual risk encountered on building sites, fall from height, lifting cranes, etc. Risk linked to weather conditions is very important. Fall from height, lifting trains, or aggravation of risk linked to the weather. Example of accident identified, accident on the footbridge due to bad weather condition. You can see an access on a small floating wind turbine platform. It was the first platform in French with a special boat. No, before. You can see really adapted on ship. The state vessel do have not the same. It's difficult for us. And we pass one by one. It's logic. We climb the ladder 30 meters to access electrical substation. We must have good condition to be in good form. It's not always easy, really. We have organized prevention with on information, work with public and private prevention actors, multidisciplinary action, regional occupational health and safety plan with prevention action. How meetings with a coordinator is a function, and the project owners, engineers before construction, since any years. Monitoring of construction on land and at sea, and then the entire production phase to dismantling. Meeting with social partners and individual workers from company, it's usual for us. Alors, yes. Alors, labor and transport regulation must be combined during the air controls. We need a colleague, woman colleague. It's important. OSH, but also labor regulation regarding working conditions such as working hours, because in sea it's very difficult. resting period, salary, etc. Complexity of legislation, foreign ships, and foreign workers, Philippines, etc., etc. With a framework of International Maritime Labour Convention. Opportunities to realize joint inspection with other public bodies in charge of tackling undeclared work. It's a colleague of our administration. Coordination exists between administration is a framework of operational anti-fraud committee at local level. There is a rule, we must work collective work, really, but for the rest too, I think, by experience. It's difficult in carrying out unsaid inspection visits due to difficulty in accessing offshore site. We can access by sea or by air with a helicopter, but it's not our means. It's the means of the responsible of the site. That depend on other administration. Maritime police, maritime administration. We have a good relation, very good relation with maritime administration. It's very important. Customs, sea rescue force, but little, and possibility the project owner himself, yes. Joint inspection with other public bodies responsible for combating undeclared work, for example, allows to use their means of access. We product guidelines, yes, for employer, with employer and for employers, and for inspection. A good practice guide produced by 3 regions, Brittany, Pays de la Loire, Normandy, and I am in Brittany and in Pays de la Loire too, for my title. No. Tools are developed for risk assessment, example, leaflet from the health insurance. Documents translated in English for foreign employer by a maritime administration, on the application of French social rules, on one health and safety issue. Excuse me. Tools for labor inspector, guidelines for OSH social and social control. It's very important in French and in English, because we are very good in English, you can see. Existence of LI network with the maritime sector for inspection, meeting with the national referent and inter-regional referent, and the work between the central administration. We have always a lot of relation between us. Alors, I said you, it's not easy. The training for labor inspectors is really important, and with money too. I list special maritime medical checkup for LI. I follow all this formation. Training. Safety training for LI, it's survival at sea. Training for docking boats, training for working at height, helicopter training. Sometimes, yes, if I go in the sea. Specific program on maritime regulation and exchange of professional practice, and retry English language. I follow a formation in English for the 6 months too late. À venir.
Ah, you will.
You will, well, I will. Just before 1 week. In first, classic equipment necessary, helmet, shoes, glasses, jacket, gloves. But in reality, the first personal flotation device very important. Even in conscience, your life may be saved. Very important. Individual beacon for the rescue. And the safety harness to climb the ladder. And the essential complementary equipment and other possible, but it's enough, I think, here. In action. Yes, it's not free. It's colleague. I was with them. Underwhelmed at least 1,000 euros without counting the investment in training, 2,000 or 3,000 in more. Yes, I follow them, I said you. And really, we must have a good preparation before. 1-2 years, I think. A focus in first party, and after I will give the power to Agnès. On Saint-Nazaire, over 1,000 workers on the project, it's important. On different sites, on the ground and of course working at sea. The project is entering its final stretch. Delivery of the first section last July on product electricity. First work initiated in Sprite, there is a 2-year acceleration last year, and it's finished for this year. Peak of activity was in this summer to finish the last foundation for 80 wind turbines. You can see it's very important. And we have 2 technology here. The monopile. No, before.
I know, but it's not. I don't have it.
Well, before monopile. And we have a construction of the gravity foundation. Huh? Bon.
We don't have the pictures.
Oui. Okay. And it's the electrical substation. Comment dit au milieu de?
In the middle.
In the middle of the park, always. In Pays de la Loire, we have a regional occupational hills plan. We identify 3 preventive actions for offshore wind turbines. Identification of accident at work, analysis, exploitation for preventive action on the main cause, possibility penal follow-up, not always easy for the moment. Support for the assessment during the operating phase, particularly during the maintenance phase at sea, risk of falling and lifting, periodic general inspection, and work in hyperbaric environment, and new technology too. Finally, use of feedback about safety and health coordination during design and construction phase. And for finish, for me, feedback on working accident. We noticed few serious accidents. Possible reason, the use of companies specialized in their field and using trained and highly qualified technicians. You've seen for us, for specialists, it's more important. The first accident in spring required the intervention of the rescue and the repatriation of the employee for medical reasons. There was a good communication and information. It's important because we have not nautic means to see quickly. No, rapidement, c'est ça? Quickly. Ouais, quickly. Accident on the footbridge, linking the substation to a hotel boat. It's a big hotel, big boat, really. Poor anticipation of the deterioration of the sea condition. Contextual elements were reported, such as a capacity of 12 beds in the substation, not equipped with sheets, etc. And the fact that the toilets were saturated, making it difficult to stay an extra night. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Oops. It's very... Okay, so now we go back to Saint-Brieuc in Brittany, where we do have a different technology because we have jackets instead of the monopile that you have seen for the site of Saint-Brieuc, Saint-Nazaire. So you can see that on the picture. Of course, so in Saint-Brieuc, the project is to have 62 wind turbines in production, and with two main contractors. That's usually the case when you have this kind of project. You have one contractor for the machine itself and one contractor for the transport of energy from the sea to the land. And of course, the contract was awarded in 2012, so you can see there is a long phase before construction, because the work started only in 2021 for the maritime pie, the part at sea. And of course, in this case, in Saint-Brieuc, there was difficulties due to the fact that there was a very hard rock seabed. And also, of course, some kind of appeals during the consultation phase with problems with fishermen, also with associations, and complaints also was filed for chemical leaks into the sea. So that's the difficulties that we had, the administration had to face. So in Saint-Brieuc, for the actions of the Labour Inspectorate, what we can say is that, of course, communication, information with contractors is essential. Of course, Labour Inspectorate has to get connected with the contractors, have different meetings, and explain to them what expectations they have in terms of health and security and safety on the project. And therefore, of course, we had several meetings, and to clarify, of course, Labour Inspectorate expectations. And also meetings with the Health and Safety Commission, which is a commission that has to be, that is required on major construction sites. So, of course, there are a lot of feedback from this commission to Labour Inspectorate, and, of course, meetings also with the companies when they do have questions. Regarding some social rules, especially working hours at sea, etc., and administrative declarations. And you have to know that they work at sea usually 2 weeks at sea, and then they have 2 weeks of rest. That's how it works generally. And of course, besides the advisory missions of the Labour Inspectorate, of course, we do have some inspections were organized at sea, and one, especially in the framework of undeclared work inspections, because there was a special case, I guess, with complex infringements. And the second inspection was both on undeclared work and also health and safety conditions. And of course, on this part of the inspection, we of course find also always the same risk as you can find on the ground. The classical risks are lifting equipment, the use of machines, chemical risks, scaffolding, but also you need to have emergency means, of course, on the site, and also training for the workers. Usually, well, from what we heard from the Labour Inspector on the site, life on board was well organized and probably a very clean clean situation, but they had to, so on Osh, nothing to say too much, except for chemical risk, because of course there was chemical that was used on the boat that was not stored on the shelves, of course, but it was in the middle of the traffic lanes, so that was a difficulty. But besides the Osh matters, of course, they had to find some kind of social problem with social protection were detected, and especially, and also problem with salary for the personnel in charge of laundry and cooking, because they had no salary when they were on rest time onshore. So that was the main problem, was more like administrative, on the administrative and social part of the control. Of course, during this control, the inspector is asking for the required documents, timesheet, records of rest time, contracts, and also collective convention, work authorization, etc. So it's a very complex and big work also on the social part. And last but final, for the perspectives, of course, besides the construction themselves, we will have to face the maintenance phase of all these turbines, of course, and the sites that we would have to, of course, control as well. And of course, the phase, the maintenance, the production is supposed to be in production for 25 to 30 years, and after they, of course, be dismantling. But of course, we have to face this new part of the job, which is how we face the maintenance, of course. And also, I mentioned the floating offshore wind turbine. It's a new technology, so of course, probably new risks as well. So that's the main challenges for the future. And we have how to face these challenges. Of course, we have a general problem, I would say. First of all, is the recruitment of new labor inspectors, because we're facing a wave, I would say, of retirement of senior inspectors, and we will, of course, miss the experience of those inspectors. And so we are working very much on the attractiveness of our job. And the attractiveness of the missions of Labor Inspectorate. And we have built a network of ambassadors from our regional directorate or local directorate. And so in each region, we have 18 regions, and we hope to have good contacts, especially with the students in universities, law school, etc., or sometimes in conferences, to attract them. And of course, with this job. Of course, as Fernanda mentioned, the importance of training is essential, of course, because we always have to adapt, of course, our means of the tools and the competencies and, of course, the abilities of the inspectors to face the new activities and the new technologies. We do have a center, just like yours, which is in the suburbs of Lyon in France. And we do have initial training, but also continuing education for the inspectors. And of course, they can have programs on specific thematics. And we will support, and I hope the budget of the center will be the same or maybe be better. And of course, the challenge is to facilitate the access to the sites, of course, for the inspectors. So maybe we can have conventions, sign agreements with other stakeholders, especially in the public area, public bodies, and of course to facilitate the access to the platforms. And finally, coordination, of course, with other ministries in charge of these topics, especially the ministry in charge of energy, development of energy, and maritime affairs. And of course, it's the case today, but we do have to share experiences all together in a European context, maybe, and of course learn from our colleagues from, I would say, of course, Denmark, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, etc., and maybe some of you in the assistance who are, of course, involved in this kind of new technologies in your countries. So I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Now, as I was informed, our French colleague
We have two, we have organized a maritime day on we have the act of colloque, and I have two books. Please, sorry, one for you, please, in French, you must learn.
Yes, our French colleagues prepared souvenir for Chief Labor Inspector and the President of IALI. So that's unexpected, but very nice moment. Okay, Agnes and Bernard, I would like to thank you for your presentation, especially for presenting us the development of green energies in France and occupational risk related to this phenomena. Also, thank you for introducing information of French labor inspectorates activities in both areas, prevention and enforcement. Now it is time for questions and answers. And again, let me start with the questions from online participants. The first question is addressed to Mrs. Łażewska-Hrycko. You have listed a few new risks related to the robotization in work process. Which ones of them are the most serious in the opinion of the Polish Labor Inspectorate?
So what I think is that actually those threats and challenges are quite numerous concerning how abundant material are used, and I presented in my presentation concerning the abundance of the problems we tackle on a daily basis. What I consider to be the most important thing is that I have an impression that we have started really moving away of this very down-to-earth work, very closely linked to a human being and this very fundamentally perceived work conditions. I would even say about this dehumanization of work conditions of labor. We start, functioning in surrounded by virtual reality. If you remember the film, the video with a humanoid having a look in a mirror and grimacing to the mirror, the first conclusion that comes to my mind and the first challenge that comes to my mind as the most important thing is the matter of the psychosocial problems and the problems related to the working environment with regard to technological stress. However, what also is important is the lack of collaboration between colleagues, peers. If you recall this picture of this lathe operator, I suppose that was a very highly trained machining specialist. However, what is lacking is cooperation or collaborators, workers, colleagues we have contact with. Moving to telework, moving to working from home and relying on those remote communication means, what also appeared additionally was significant stress related to the lack of contact with colleagues, lack of support from co-workers. In big companies in Poland, there was what was referred to as this web-based coffee breaks. They were organized in big companies, just to have a chat and socialize the network. However, what we are dealing with in this new reality is robotization, algorithmisation. We work more and more intensely based on those automatic algorithms. However, the matters of stress at work, which is directly linked with technology, is something that I consider a huge challenge, and it is a challenge to me personally. I suppose never before do we have so specialized tools in labor inspection to actually test this stress at workplace. It also changes because the reality around us changes as well. At this point, I have an impression that a challenge is also to create, at least in Poland it is a challenge, I don't know, maybe in other countries the situation is slightly different, a tool tools such as those that Arto presented, the one that was implemented in Finland. The need to keep track of working of labor environment from the perspective of labor psychology and matters of psychosocial nature. So bearing that in mind, I have an impression that what we need in labor inspection is employment and engagement of psychologists to support labor inspectors in terms of identification of individual threats and stresses with regard to the changing reality. Yet another matter that involves labor psychology, however, against new technologies, is the matter of burdening senses with a lot of stimuli, really abundance of stimuli, as shown in one of the slides before. It tells, actually, as we have a look at our children that are overly stimulated. It's actually difficult to make them involved, interested into something else than smartphones and high technology. It's something that we've been observing from the very early ages of our kids. On the one hand, they are quite savvy in terms of high-tech, in terms of new technologies. They are really in command of these. However, it breeds certain specific challenges and threats, this overstimulation related to dealing with new technologies and the problems it involves. Obviously, the musculoskeletal burden is something that goes out of question as a huge threat that we have observed on a daily basis, and the changing reality around us, the very fact that we work more and more intensely by either, keeping our gaze fixed on the computer screens, working on laptops, working either remotely or even when handling different screens or panels that are used to operate machinery. That's again a big challenge. I'm not sure we have solved this problem. We have fixed solutions to actually address these problems properly. And what also was stressed in the presentations is that we haven't yet clearly assessed the threats that new technologies actually bring, that they entail. When my collaborators, my colleagues prepared the material I was relying on, and hence my big thanks to Jakub Hołecki, who's prepared the input material to my presentation, I was myself taken aback by when I saw how the new technologies were used in individual situations, that they may cause actually the same consequences as asbestos, for instance, in terms of certain working conditions, which actually made me think and ponder upon the new technologies and to what extent new technologies support us and to what extent it actually prohibits us from working effectively, from being more healthy. It definitely breeds certain specific threats, and what I personally consider to be particularly important for labor inspection, not only in Poland, and what I would like all of us to actually stay oriented towards is the proper care for the employee, to make the employee always the very subject of our operations. We really have to be very focused on that, tackling the labor market challenges.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now I have two questions for Arto from our Latvian colleagues who participate online in the conference. The first one is how do employees complete the psychosocial workload factor survey before the inspection? And the second one, is the survey used by labor inspectors in Finland in every inspection, or is it used only in specific cases, for example, in specific inspection program? And if there is such program, can you explain the basic assumptions of it? So, Arto.
Yes, thank you for the colleague in Latvia. Our guest question, good question, thank you. First of all, was like that how the employees are filling this questionnaire, and it's nowadays it's online questionnaire, so there is a link to our data system, which is delivered to the employees during the or before the inspection. So that's a way they have 1 week or something like that time to answer to the questionnaire, and all the answers goes straight to the inspector, or the inspector is the only one who sees all the questions and answers. And so, as I mentioned, there is a open space in the end of the questionnaire where employee can also write his own opinions about the harmful strain and other things which are in his mind. And this survey is not used in every inspection in our labor inspectorates. There are certain projects which are concentrating on this psychosocial workload, and we use mainly on those inspections this survey to give a starting point or background to discuss these issues in the workplace inspection. And sometimes it might happen that inspector goes to the workplace and make an inspection, and he realized that there might be a case for this kind of, so to speak, survey to take at the workplace. So we usually do it afterwards also, and make a second inspection, let's say in 2 or 3 months after the first inspection, that if the inspector is in understanding that there might be a problem in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more question added a minute ago, this time from Spain. When workers respond to the survey, how is confidentiality and non-interference of the employer guaranteed?
Oh, well, in 2 ways. As I mentioned, the answers go directly to the inspector, and he has all the answers in his possession, so he doesn't reveal the answers or anything to the workplace other than those summaries of the results. And another thing is that we usually don't make the survey in very small workplaces where there are less than 10 people working, because there might be case that it reveals the situation, and some person might be picked up from the summaries or something like that. So usually the workplace is more than 10 to 15 at least workers working on there, and by that way we try to guarantee that this is totally confidential survey, and all the results are discussed together, but on the averages and index points in a way at the inspection.
Thank you very much. And the question addressed to Agnes and Bernard: are inspections at sea conducted by labor inspectors by themselves, or in cooperation with the maritime administration authorities? If there are common inspections, what is percentage of these common inspections? If you can, of course, assess.
I can try, you will complete. The state vessel, I said, are not adapted. Then the maritime administration can really not help us. Then we use the means of the company, and 2 times the means of the state with a helicopter, with in an operation to control if there is undeclared worker sous l'autorité du procureur, comment on dit?
Oh, okay. That was under the authority of the prosecutor. The prosecutor? It was penal.
That.
The police.
Oui. The control, it was always the means of le maître d'ouvrage. The contractor. Yes. But there is a special dispositif, a pre-lab declaration who must send at the maritime administration. And in this procedure, we are working with us. It's in the operational level, but we have also a lot of relation with the central administration, maritime administration, and general direction. But on the field, non, sur le terrain, on the field, we invite a colleague of maritime administration, but for the moment we are alone to go to see and to control. And it's very interesting, but we must have a lot of means to succeed.
I just want to add that the maritime affairs have competencies for fishing quotas and also regulation of the harbors, etc. So it's not the same scope and the same issues. So of course, when we do joint inspection, it's more with other public bodies like police, customs, in the framework of undeclared tackling undeclared work. But when it's for OSH matters only, it's quite difficult. That's the problem, and that's why we are depending sometimes from the contractor, and also that we are trying to find other ways to facilitate our access to the sites.
To complete, the maritime administration write the rules with us, but it's this administration who write, and they meet the contractor. That's why it's necessary, and I like, but it's necessary to work ensemble, comment on dit? Together. Sorry, as us.
Thank you very much. And one more question before the break to Arto again. Does the Finnish law cover specific regulations concerning psychosocial risks in work environment? If so, can you explain the most important obligations of the employer?
First of all, our Occupational Safety and Health Act doesn't specifically have any provisions or sections about the psychosocial risks or anything, but it's in those wordings of our act. There is this need for employer to make sure that the work doesn't endanger anybody's health or physical or mental health, and it's in a one wording of like that. So it leads to the risk assessment section, which combines also physical and psychosocial working environment, and this is the wording in our legislation at this point. And there is a project going on in the Ministry in Legal Affairs that should we have a more specific act or degrees on psychosocial working environment, but it's ongoing just now. There is no a result of that process yet, but it might be happening that we have a more detailed legislation in the future to tackle these cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm turning to the audience. Being in person in Wrocław is anyone would like to ask a question? Okay, let's start with, I think English microphone is needed here.
Thank you. Not a question, more a comment or thoughts. I think it's important that we remember that the future of work and all the possible problems, psychosocial, yeah, you understand, or or any other related to learning and understanding. It's not only working from desktops or offices or hospitals or public or official buildings. It's also construction, it's also factories and so on. So it's important that we don't forget these sectors when we talk about these new problems and the, let's say, soft problems in the work environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a question with Polish microphone.
So I would like to ask Arto, what's the general standpoint of labor inspectors with regard to this questionnaire survey, and what's the general standpoint of workers, of employers as regards this questionnaire survey? Is it a positive standpoint? Are they neutral? Are they negatively negative with regard to this survey? If you have any info on that.
Well, thank you for a good question, because it has been first when we started to build up the survey, the idea was that we have to have some concrete tool to address this situation in the workplace, after all, because there was some misunderstanding that psychosocial stress is just, as Paul said here, it's not related to just one sector, and it's going in every sector, and every work can have a difficult situation with the customers and harassment and whatever is background of the stress. And when we developed this survey, it was, I think, it has been received good and had received positive feedback in all these groups, because on this group which as mentioned was led by Finnish Institute of Occupational Health as a background, but at the same group there was regional labor inspectorates, and there was also social partners involved in making this survey. So we tried to make it so that it would suit everybody's needs, and try to test and pilot test it in real life situations, and make better of those questions, and a little bit changes made there, and some scientific relevance also was considered there. So I think it has been a long process, but the positive feedback is I think is coming from all the sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question from the audience? If not, I would like to thank our experts of second session of the conference for presenting us Polish, Finnish and French experience, a very interesting and inspiring experience concerning the key theme of the conference. And now I would like to invite all participants of the conference for a longer break, 1 hour break. So we are coming back at 2:30. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back on the conference titled Labor Inspection and the Challenges of the Future, organized in the National Labour Inspectorates Training Center in Wrocław, Poland. Well, in the beginning of the third session, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Anne-Marie Knudsen, Chief Advisor, and Stine Hvitbern, Special Advisor in the Working Environment Authority in Denmark. They will introduce a presentation titled Inspections on Digital Platforms in Denmark. Mrs. Knudsen, Mrs. Bern, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. First of all, I would like to thank the Polish Labor Inspectorate for inviting me and my colleague to this very interesting and well-planned conference, which we find so interesting. We have been asked to tell you about our experience with inspections on digital platforms in Denmark. Well, first of all, I would start to tell you a bit about the Working Environment Authority in Denmark. As you probably know, we are a small country, so we only have 3 inspection centers. The Inspection Center North, and the Inspection Center South, and the Inspection Center East, so it's very logical named, we think. And then we have an advisory center in Copenhagen, where all the experts are sitting, and that's, oh, I think that was the wrong way. That's where Stine and I are situated. You can see the organization here. We have a Director General and the Director of Sports Secretariat, and then we have the 3 inspection centers and the Working Environment Advisory Center. We try to have conformity on all our actions, so that's why we have this administrative board, which is comprised by the 5 center manager and the Director General. And they meet physically or virtually every week in order to make decisions that concern all of our authority. A little about the Danish labor market. We have a population of 5.5 million and 2.3 million employees, and we have around 200,000 enterprises with employees. And 20% of the enterprises are large enterprises with approximately 80% of the employees. Well, let me see if I can. Something is stuck. Well, there it is. I'm going to tell you a bit about the Danish Working Environment Act, because the act is as such passed by the Danish Parliament, and it only encompasses work performed in Danish territory. That means on the ground, on the land, but we include loading and unloading of ships and shipyard works aboard ships, onboard ships. And the act as such, it doesn't have any definition of employer or employee, but it encompasses work for an employer. However, exception is made for work in private household of the employer, and work exclusively performed by the family of the employer who belongs to the household, and work performed by the military, and which can be included under actual military service. If I move on, well, it doesn't really seem to do what I wanted to do, but I'll try again. Wait, perhaps I'll just look at my notes if, yeah. I think I have to go one back. I was too eager. Perhaps it's me Yeah. Since there are no definitions on the terms worker and employer, it has been necessary to put up some criteria in order to determine when work for an employer takes place. These criteria to be used in all situations where we are unsure whether the worker is working for an employer or he/she is self-employed. You can see the criteria on the screen. It is if the worker is obliged to work, meaning that if it has a consequence not showing up for work, if the worker has to follow instructions from a leader and the leader controls how the work is performed, if a workplace, machinery, tools, materials are made available for the worker in order for him/her to perform the work, if the leader bears the risk for the result of the work, and in certain cases of doubt, it could be of importance if the worker gets paid for the work. These criteria for determining if a work is performed for employer has been used for many years. The criteria or the lack of definition in our Act has actually meant that it is possible for the Danish Working Environment Authority to determine that in a given case the work is to be seen as work for an employer, even though the employer and the worker claims that the worker is self-employed. So when the work is performed via a digital platform, we will use the mentioned criteria for determining whether the work is to be considered work for an employer. But I'm sure you would like to hear how we actually do perform inspection on digital platforms. So now I will hand over the presentation to my colleague Stine, who will tell you a bit more about that. Thank you.
I'm not that tall. I'll try here. I also want to thank you for inviting me to speak. It's the second time I speak English in a conference, so it's quite exciting. As Anne-Marie said, my name is Stine Hvidbern, and I'm working as a special advisor in the Danish Working Environment Authority. And I'm here to tell you about how we do inspections in platform workers in Denmark. And let me start to say it's quite new for us to do inspections in this working or platform environment area. So we don't have the golden standard of how to do it, but we started a campaign in the beginning of this year, and I'm going to tell you a bit about how it is constructed and the different steps in the campaign, and a little about the preliminary results. Oh, it's here. Yes, it's the name of the campaign. It's a campaign target platform workers in career services in Denmark. Yes. As you may probably know, there's, to the best of our knowledge, there's no unique definition of the term platform work and platform workers in neither Denmark nor the rest of Europe. So before we started this campaign, we have to do our own definition. And we decided that 3 criteria must be met to call an enterprise and a platform. There must be 3 stakeholders in the company. There has to be a customer who orders something. It could be a package or a service. Then we have 1 or more platform workers who are able to, or who wants to deliver the service. And then we have a digital platform. They're supposed to mediate the contact between the customer and the platform worker. Yes. Because this is my experience in this area tells me I've presented this campaign a couple of times in Danish, and it's kind of hard to understand the construction of the enterprises that we are working with. So in this slide, I've tried to illustrate the kind of enterprises that we have involved in this campaign for so far. To the left, you see the customer who orders a package or something like a digital platform. Then the digital platform has an agreement with one or more hauliers who are responsible for delivering of package to the customers. Then the haulier hired some couriers who are actually delivering the package, often in a van. So to speak, as in the definition, the contact between the customer and the couriers are mediated by this digital platform. Then what's important in order to decide who has the responsibility for the courier's working environment? The question is who advises the orders from the customer to the courier. Is it, as shown in the top line, the platform, or is it, as shown in the bottom line, the haulier? And this is important knowledge in order to the criteria that Anne-Marie told you about before, to decide who has the responsibility for the courier's working environment. And I'll come back to that point later. Yes. Yes, and now to the exciting part. This slide illustrates the different steps in the campaign. And as you see, it's not only one activity. This campaign starts we start to invite the platform to a meeting with the Danish Working Environment Authority. And the purpose of this meeting is to tell the platform about the content of the campaign and to tell them about the common working environment problems in courier services. At this meeting, we also ask questions about how the cooperation between the platform and the hauliers are organized. And from the Danish working environment, participates a chief of inspection, an inspector, and a lawyer. So it's, it's quite a lot of people actually on a high level. Yes, after this meeting, we start supervisors of the courier's working environment. And the inspections are unannounced, and they start at the terminal where the couriers are loading the vans. And we are observing this loading of vans, and afterwards we are actually follow the vans on the way from the terminal to the customer. And so to say, we observed all steps in the handling of a package from the terminal until it's in the hand of the customer. And in Denmark, we actually have, we are allowed to enter the home of the private homes. So if it's, for example, a washing machine or something like that we are going to deliver, we can also watch how they do the work in the private homes. Yes, and during this inspection, our primary focus is on physical work and psychological work and the risk of accidents. Yes, when this inspection is finished, the inspector may decide to do an additional inspections with one or more hauliers. And they do that if they suspect extensive working environment problems that need further inspections. And these inspections are not done the same day, but within a couple of weeks at the home address of the haulier. Yes, and at the end of this campaign, we again invite the platform to a feedback meeting. And at this meeting, we are going to tell the platform about what we have observed in the inspections and what kind of working environment problem we have noticed. We also discuss with the platform what they can do to improve the environment, working environment for the couriers. Yes. And now back to who is responsible for the working environment. As I said a couple of times, an important part of this campaign is to determine who has the responsibility for the careers working environment. And this depends on the 5 criteria that Anne-Marie told you about before. To determine who has this responsibility, we use information that we gained on the meeting with the platform and during the inspections. And it's really important that we have both the information from the platform and the haulier and the careers, because if they say different things, it's hard for us to issue an improvement note. But I'll give you an example where a career did not comply to the working environment rules, and we issued a notice to the platform and not to the haulier, even though the haulier was hired, the career was hired by the haulier. And I'll tell you why it's here actually. The reason for that was that the platform provided the task directly to the haulier, to the career, and the platform decided which career was going to deliver a specific package to a specific customer as a specific time period. So the platform actually planned all the work. Furthermore, the platform organized the career's work schedule during the day and planned the routes. The platform also instructs and supervises the career in how to do the work. And the platform requires that the haulier and the career uses a specific van at a given size for delivery. And also they decided what kind of technical equipment must be used. So when we put all this together, we assess that the improvement note has to be addressed to the platform. And then I just have a summarizing of the facts so far. As I said, this campaign has ran since January this year, and we have held 11 meetings with platforms. We have completed 179 inspections with careers, and we have held only 1 feedback meeting at this point of time. And we had issued 52 improvement notes, and 47 of them are to hauliers, and only 5 are to platforms. And this is because, as I said before, we need information, the same information from both the platform, the haulier, and the career. And if they say different things, it's kind of hard for us to move the responsibility for working environment. And then the improvement notes will just go to the haulier, who is the contract employer. Yeah. And in some cases, we have actually asked for contracts between the platform and the haulier to find out more about the obligation in the cooperation, and the worker or the employer organization is not happy about that, and we meet a lot of resistance from them. Yes, but as I said, this is only our first attempt to do inspection in this area, and within the next couple of months we are going to start doing a similar campaign with the couriers who are delivering fast food in vehicles. And this is going to be more like a real platform with nowhere to start the supervision and stuff like that. So it's going to be very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie and Stine. Thank you for presenting us the basic elements of the occupational safety and health protection system in Denmark, the Working Environment Act, and the organization of the Danish Working Environment Authority. Thank you also for introducing the inspection campaign focused on platform workers in courier services. especially the stages of the inspection and actions taken during specific stages of the inspection. Now I would like to invite the Director of Labor Inspectorate Directorate in Burgas in Bulgaria, Mr. Pavlin Vaskov-Todorov, and the Labor Inspector from General Labor Inspectorate Executive Agency in Bulgaria, Mrs. Denica Ivanova Nikolova, who will introduce presentation titled Challenges to Labor Inspection Related to Digitalization of Work and Artificial Intelligence. Denica, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon also from me to all of you. I'm really glad and would like to thank you to the organizers of this event for bringing us to each other and giving the floor to discuss such an interesting topic that appears to be the challenges to the labor inspection. And I truly hope that you will excuse my excitement because this is my first speaking on such a high-level event with so professional audience here and in front of the computers. Today I'm going to share with you some thoughts and some issues related to the digitalization of the working processes and the work that we encounter. We made an inquiry among several Bulgarian leading companies in the telecommunication and mining, underground mining sector. And they gave to us information about the most relevant, in their opinion, practices they introduced in their day-to-day routine activities. I will use these examples to illustrate how deeply into our daily life and the working process the digitalization intervened and how it make us to increase the requirements to the companies by the labor inspection for the compliance with the labor legislation. I will give some examples for the digitalization of the working process and also some practices with using artificial intelligence in order to facilitate the routine activities. And then I will summarize some conclusions made based on this experience. Today, in the age of the fourth industrial revolution, and with the virtual reality that surrounds us, businesses are trying to follow the most modern technologies and to adapt their activities to the increasing requirements. They are stepped in front of more and more challenges that also lead to the necessity of labor inspectors to be also trained how to face these challenges. the first tool is an online training software that was introduced by one of the telecommunication companies in Bulgaria. There are some major benefits that they reported to us of using this platform. Such a platform, they found that it facilitates the process of introducing the employees for the internal training. This is the platform is a cloud-based library that provides over 100,000 of trainings for the staff. This platform has been updated regularly with more and more trainings. Trainings are so different. They include topics from general skills like soft skills, development of the career, and competencies related to communication, and also specific intercompany trainings as well. These trainings are provided both by colleagues in the company and by outside lecturers. And it is really an amazing library of all sorts of trainings in the form of videos, lections, and any other sources of information. This platform tends to save the employer's time, and also it assists the HR department because they can evaluate it and follow the career of the employees, and when a possibility of new position connected with particular competences arise in the company, the HR department could easily get an information about potential suitable candidates about this position. Also because the company needs more and more qualified personnel, this platform provides the chance for the staff to improve his qualities and to be up to date with the requirements of the management of the company. Together with these assets, however, probably here is the point to mention that it probably affects the psychological feeling of the staff, as because they are always in competition position. They always feel that they need to improve themselves by acting in any training in order to show that they are qualified enough with the requirements of the company. Now another practice provided to us by Bulgarian company in the underground mining. It's the process of digitalisation of the ventilation in mines. development of the mining, underground mining industry the last years placed a number of reasons for the companies to introduce new equipment and to organize in a new way the processes of work in these mines. Besides the economical reasons determined by the high prices of the electricity and also the new requirements of the parameters for gas concentrations and also the air inside the mines. Companies also have to be informed about these requirements and to follow them to respond to these highly new standards. There are also some environmental concerns of the society related to the mining industry, and all these factors are leading to the necessity of introducing a new techniques to improve the current situation. And also some main features of the digitalization of the ventilation process in the mining company. This process that they introduced includes installation of digital ventilation, also measuring stations, automatic measuring station and mobile measuring stations, and they also report to us that the possibility of simulation of a variety of scenarios by the software, which exclude the participation of workers and the risks of incidents at the working place. What it goes ahead, the company foreseen to change the manual ventilators and the main fans, the main ventilators with automated ones, and to fully automate the process of ventilation. The next system is for a system for controlling remote controlling of mining machines. This kind of system provides mainly a safe working area for the operator, because he is doing the manipulations from a distance. It definitely increased the productivity by the opinion of the company that maintains it. And it also gives a reducing of the time needed, the working time needed. Also, the filling of the periods of downtime and using the time lost when operational downtime is available. According to the information provided by the company, there is an up to 30% reduction of the downtime for equipment damage to the operator errors, to the possible operator errors. Also, this system provides ability to set multiply scenarios and to check potentially risk situations in that time. A single operator also through this system could manage several machines, and here also there is a risk for less staff which to be replaced by the machines and the equipment. And the last feature reported by the company is reduce service cost and increasing of the production volumes. These were the main examples for the digitalization. Now a few words for some practices introduced by the companies in terms of the artificial intelligence. Here again we will introduce practices related to the HR management of the companies, and also some practices from the mining industry. The first practice is the skill management tool that also guides the employees of a company through managing their skills, personal and professional. It's they do this process in a modern environment using easy and acceptable design with no need from complicated accesses, and also based on the artificial intelligence, but remaining the employee self-assessment. So here it's not excluded in full the employee's self-assessment to precise in what way would like the career to be driven. This skill management tool helps the employees not only to acquire a lot of new knowledges, but also to look for such, to understand that there is a high level of competitiveness among them, and only an up-to-date qualification could lead them adequate to the new requirements. Also, if in the company new jobs arise, this tool gives the chance to the staff to precise, to evaluate whether they are suitable for these posts, or to acquire the necessary competencies in order to be eligible for the future such positions. It encourages the intercompany mobility and the increasing of the qualification of the company staff, not to search somewhere outside the company. We continue with the HR management. It's something that the company that gives the information called HR self-service assistant. It is a tool that again relies on the artificial intelligence and gives the opportunity for transferring the information related to human resources management among the interested party, the HR department, the management, the employees, and vice versa. It facilitates the communication between the departments, the HR department, and the rest of the participants in this process. The tool is evaluated as efficient, quick, and optimal because it reduces the errors, eliminating even the errors, because the using of the artificial intelligence. The information provided tend to be secure and traceable, and also the final documents prepared have been passed the whole process of control, so again no mistakes are available. And it also, the final documents created by this tool also displays the data needed in a short time. Here we can outline one risk of the information, because probably it won't be fully secured and verified, and the labor inspectors should find a way to know this tool and to how to verify the information given through this tool by the employer, because inside there are all kinds of reports related to the working time, to the absences of the personnel, annual leaves, etc., etc. All things that the labor inspectors usually check through their inspections, and we have to be sure that the provided information is exactly the one that we need. And moreover, probably there is some risks of manipulation or easy changing of this information inside the system. These processes still are subject of examination, and the company also improves regularly this tool. Separate module of this platform is also the so-called sick leave robot. They've created a robot that deals with the information containing in the sick leaves. This robot seems to examine the information and to transfer it into the specific HR management system. So this module of the tool is faster and more efficient by giving the necessary information for the sick leaves of the employees of the company without human intervention in it. The HR department could easily get the information electronically. Here again, it saves time and reduces any common mistakes in manually inputting the sick leaves into the system. Also this robot can make all sorts of analysis of the information, which could be interesting for any future reports and improving the policies related to the healthy and safe conditions at work. The company reports that such analysis helped very much during the years of COVID pandemic by creating good policies for the prevention in healthy and safe. Here we have a nice table describing a software platform that manages the processes in mining, in underground mining. Besides this technical part of the issue, we may say about this platform that it also gives the opportunity to manage from a distance the processes of the management processes in the mining from a distance. It definitely increases the productivity. There is a server and there is a responding computer called client, and this also gives the opportunity for future analysis without the participation directly of the employees in the mines, especially in risk processes. And one more technical revolution used in the underground mining. This is the so-called drone mining surveys. With the development of the mining industry, this survey also took a very long evolution, starting from simple tools like compasses, rowers, and even balloons with air, until very complicated equipment used in the for observation, photography, mapping of risk places, and any other. In the middle of the 2018, a Bulgarian company introduced the first drone machine navigated from a distance by a specialist that could work underground and give a picture for at the places where no access or reduced access of human persons is allowed. So the Bulgarian company use this technique of mapping in the mining very successfully. It tends to be the first such technique used. So based on all this technique introduced by the companies in the mining or in the HR management system, there are some major challenges that could be distributed in three main streams. The first one is the need to update the current legislation in these areas by adapting the existing one rules with the changing new work practices. Also the regulation, the instructions of work should also comply with the new emerging risks. The second point is related to the labor inspectors and improving their qualification. Most of the inspectors are not so familiar with this modern equipment and these tools that the company are using, so they meet difficulties what exactly to search and how to inspect effectively, what kind of information to ask the employer to provide, and how to prove whether this information is the truth or no. Also, the other challenge might be the need to exchange information between the competent authorities in the different member states, because also the national legislation in these areas are not the same in the different member states, and probably it should be a good idea to make some guidances or some common practices or standards related to the inspecting of these digital and artificial intelligence practices in order to facilitate the process of inspection, especially when different countries are involved and workers from one country are working in another one under the legislation of different member states. So I think that these were the main things I wanted to share with you. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Denica. Thank you for presenting us Bulgarian examples of the digitalization of work, as well as the examples in the field of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, the third session of the day one of the conference is not ending with questions and answer stage because the lack of time, although questions raised by online participants will be asked, if the time allows, on the last session of the day, the panel discussion concluding the sessions of the day one. Now I would like to invite all participants of the conference for a short 15 minutes break. We are coming back at 3:45. Welcome back. This is the last session of the first day of the conference. I have invited all today's speakers to the panel discussion, concluding the sessions of the day one, titled National Labour Inspectorates Experiences in the Context of Present and Future Challenges of the World of Labour. I would like to present you once more participants of the panel forum. Mrs. Fernanda Campos, General Inspector of the ACT, Authority for Working Conditions in Portugal. Mr. Mark Cullen, Assistant Chief Executive Officer in Health and Safety Authority in Ireland. Mr. Arto Teronen, Director of Field Operation in Department for Work and Gender Equality in Ministry of Social Affairs and Health in Finland. Mrs. Katarzyna Łażewska-Hrycko, Chief Labour Inspector in Poland. Mrs. Agnes Glass from Sub-Directorate of the Steering and Animation of the Labour Inspection System in General Directorate of Labour in France. Mrs. Anne-Marie Knudsen, Chief Advisor in the Working Environment Authority in Denmark, and Mrs. Denitsa Ivanova-Nikolova from General Labour Inspectorate Executive Agency in Bulgaria. First of all, again, taking care of the proper course of the panel discussion, I'm asking all speakers to respect the time limit for the answer for question, which is 5 minutes. Let's start the panel discussion with the issue of legislation. A few experts presenting today National Labour Inspectorate's experiences have raised the issue, pointing out that changes in legislation are required in the light of new phenomena in labour market. That is leading me to the first question addressed to Mrs. Łażewska-Hrycko. Should the required changes concern, in your opinion, only legislation in scope of labour law, in particular occupational safety and health, or should they also cover regulations concerning labour inspectorates activity?
Well, I believe that in this respect, these activities should be synchronized. It's hard to imagine efficient functioning of a labour inspectorate, regardless of the country, actually, were it not for the reference made to a clear, transparent and precise legislation. And indeed, when it comes to Polish legislation, Polish Labour Inspectorate does postulate in relation to the irregularities found, we do demand a change be made into the legislation with regard to labour law, legality of employment, occupational health and safety, and we also seek to participate in the legislative process, and we seek to contribute to it both at the Parliament level and at the level of work in collaboration with the public partners. There was talk in some of the presentations about the inclusion of public partners into talks. I'm talking about the social party, about the general public, talks about amendments to legislation, and as the National Labour Inspectorate, we are an advisory body. We talked about social dialogue, which is an entity bringing together representatives of trade unions, employers, and the government party also. And there we talk about aspects which are important for the employee sphere and also consequently important for the Labour Inspectorate, and we shape certain views on what the shape of legislation should be about the aspects well, within the sphere of competence of the Labour Inspectorate. And this is one area, and indeed in relation to the changing reality, it has to adapt and keep adapting to this reality. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, I am not very optimistic here, and my impression is that these relationships which are there in the labour market and the challenges in the labour market, they are actually going faster than legislation, and we fail to keep up with these changes. with the legislation that has been enacted. So as inspectors, as labor inspectors, we find it hard to react to challenges such as the pandemic and remote work as a consequence of that. And indeed, in this area, labor inspectors need specific regulations also within legislation in force, allowing them to, in the first place, use new technologies and new tools. I don't know about other countries which you represent, and hopefully in your we will hear about it in what you're going to say in a while. But in the Polish Labor Inspectorate, currently the law governing our function, it makes it impossible for us, for instance, to actually perform some preliminary, reconnaissance, so to speak, to before the actual inspection, to see what the situation is like. So, for instance, for the construction industry, for safety inspections, these preliminary activities, which do not always end in inspections, we would need that, and this recognition, this preliminary recognition. This would require specific changes to the legislation. And during the pandemic, we introduced remote and remote hybrid measures, wherever it was possible and wherever the employer would consent to it. But we didn't have regulations in the law, set forth in the law, because safety reasons, in terms of the working establishments that we inspected, the safety regulations there, and other aspects related to the employees made it necessary to adapt to the new challenges, and this did not always mean that we would be able to catch up with the actual needs in terms of legislative framework. And the last thing, so as not to exceed my 5-minute time limit, is the possibility of using new technologies. And actually, in my speech, I mentioned drones, because our collaboration with the technical inspection office actually showed that this would be, for labor inspectors, this would be a tool for the future, making it possible to control more easily, to inspect more easily, for instance, construction sites, but also aspects related to legality of employment. And we could, we had an opportunity to test it in practice. And in order to make use of this technology, we need, in our law, we need a guaranteed possibility of using such solutions, not to mention other technical means, such as, for instance, online inspections, and then, regulating this, governing it in our law, so that the labor inspector doesn't have to go there physically to the site to check this working station on site, because it's not always possible. However, it would be possible using remote communication means, and I know that in some countries such inspections do take place. So, by all means, legislation in terms of our law and regulations concerning work of labor inspectors should be adapted to the changing realities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, also for time discipline. Today we had also a chance to know more about the changes in Irish legislation. That is why I would like to address the next question to Mark. You have presented the basic information of the new legislation in Ireland, the right to request remote work bill of 2021. Does the new legislation define new tasks of the Health and Safety Authority in Ireland, or does it describe maybe new methods of conducting inspection in case of remote work? Independently on the answer for this question, I also wonder if the new regulations facilitate the Health and Safety Authority's activities in the scope of remote work.
Thanks, Michael. I certainly won't take 5 minutes to answer this question, because the new legislation I referred to is not in any way connected to occupational safety and health. So that makes the answer very, very clear. However, because legislation is coming in and there is going to be a right there to request work, and employees are able to now hopefully work from home in some fashion, be it a hybrid, be it part-time, or whatever the request is, that means, as I said this morning, that they are protected. They get the same protection in working at home as they do if they're working in the workplace. So in a roundabout way, yes, that piece of legislation does impact the Health and Safety Authority and the function and role of the Health and Safety Authority in terms of the inspection process. But as I said earlier in my presentation, there are significant challenges there once it comes to inspection in a domestic setting and the constitutional protection that is afforded to such a setting under Irish law. So yes, the legislation is coming in. It's coming in terms of from a perspective of work relations, working employment, not OSH. But obviously it has a direct impact then on OSH, because we do have to look at how we're going to carry out inspections, how we're going to address issues that might arise in relation to occupational safety and health. So as a knock-on consequences, we are going to have to review our processes and possibly review the legislation that gives us our powers of entry and so on and so forth. Now, as Katerina said, it is going to be challenged. We're always in a lag situation. We know that legislation can be very, I suppose, time-consuming, and the legislators are very busy, and they've lots of legislation to be passing and passing through, not just OSH, but lots of legislation. So I don't see that happening in the short term. So, as I said this morning, we would be looking for the model of collaboration, communication, trust between the employer and the employee in the short term, and then perhaps, if that doesn't work and issues start to arise, it will become incumbent on the authority then to have processes and procedures in terms of inspection and access to workplaces to address the issues that might be arising from those working relationships. So I hope that answers it. In a short, no, it doesn't impact, but in the long term, the work will flow over to the authority in terms of the inspection process.
Thank you very much. We've also heard that Portuguese experiences show one of the most important issues related to new methods of performing work and probably influencing enforcement and preventive activities provided by labor inspectors. That is leading me to the next question addressed to Fernanda. You have mentioned that one of the specific challenges for labor inspection to verify working conditions in teleworking is weakness of collective representation structures, for example, trade unions or employers' representatives. Are these challenges, in your experience, additional difficulty for labor inspectorate to conduct effective inspections?
Yes, of course. It is more difficult without the collaboration of the representatives structure of the workers, mainly. Of course, we try in our legislation, like in other countries, to promote the dialogue, the social dialogue. And it is really important to have a more complete view about the state of the play. It is important for public policies about prevention and about repairing accidents, for instance, and so. Also, it is really important to have a support of the worker representation in labor for labor inspector, because they are every day in the place. They have the right status to be our partner, or say in the different way. He can complain. He can without expose the worker. He can say to us or bring to us false. Several aspects doesn't go well in the workplace, and he can protect the worker from supervision of the complaints of the employer, and he can say to us, can help us to prevent accidents, to prevent conflicts in the enterprise. And without that help, of course, it's more difficult. It's that doesn't come easy, more easy to do, especially when workers are in teleworking, because they are so isolated. So it is he is alone, an individual one, and no structure that represent him could help him in the problem they face in their daily work. So yes, it had more complexity and more difficulty for the labor inspection and labor inspectors to prevent accidents and conflicts without that help of we need strong structures of representation by the workers and of course by the employers, but it is a problem. We should face that and help.
Thank you very much, Fernanda. The digital way of performing work also causes difficulties in defining basic concepts in legal frameworks of labor inspectors' activity, such as employer or employee. Today's presentations show that the Danish Working Environment Authority has experiences in that field. That is why I would like to address the next question to Anne-Marie. You have mentioned the difficulties with defining the term work for an employer, which is basic for legal possibility of conducting inspection on digital platform in Denmark. Is this term defined in the legislation, or does the definition result rather from court judgments? I wonder if the digital platforms question legal possibility of conducting inspections. If so, what arguments do they use?
Thank you, Michael. Well, we have used these criteria for many, many years. I think it's around 30 years. And they are verified by several court cases and by numerous cases that we have had through what we call the tripartite complaint board. In our act, we have the possibility for any employer to complain on any decision that the labor inspectorate has done, and this is done via this complaint board, which, as I said, is tripartite, and it's those criteria are widely accepted now. Nobody questions them, and I have seen the draft directive on digital platforms, and luckily for Denmark, it seems that the criteria they are going to use to determine if a person is considered to be a platform worker is almost the same criteria as we do have in Denmark. So that's luckily. And of course, platform and enforcing the work in platform and the regulation is very difficult. We have seen the example that Stine showed was a rather easy one, because the work was taking place in Denmark and the platform is situated in Denmark. It is much more difficult if the platform is placed in India or Hawaii. It raises a huge legal problems that we haven't dealt with so far, but I'm sure it's going to be a problem in the future. Another problem we can see is the involvement of the social partners, because the person that work in a platform are often very vulnerable persons. They are not part of a union or a member of a union, And the platform is rarely a member of the employers' organization. So these are persons that are very difficult for the labor inspectors to reach because we don't know them. And it's one of the huge problems that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Today's presentation saw also that there are new risks resulting from new methods of performing work. Representatives of the Bulgarian Labor Inspectorate has presented examples of the digitalisation of work or of using artificial intelligence in work processes, such as controlling of machinery, devices and installations, or using new technology in human resources management. That is leading me to the next question addressed to Denica. I wonder if Bulgarian labor inspectors report to the General Labor Inspectorate Executive Agency cases of new risks and difficulties resulting from such inspections. If so, what difficulties are reported the most frequently?
Thank you very much. Actually, yes, we require to be reported all sort of risks. Talking about these new emerging risks from the digitalization, we still don't have any reported such, which may be from one side because really these are new risks and there is need to be still analyzed, or because these risks are still not determined by the interested parties for serious risk that need to be reported. The labor inspection made its controlling activity mainly by conducting inspections, so we have to be informed about any existing risk related to the digitalization. Otherwise, it's very difficult to determine where or if they exist without preliminary informing the labor inspection or giving complaints. We are conducting several telephone lines for advising both employers and workers. So sometimes we receive complaints also via the telephone lines, but not such related to the digital risks. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Among different new risks related to new methods of work, there are psychosocial risks mentioned in a few presentations of today's speaker. Having in mind new tools developed and used by Finnish Labor Inspectorate, I would like to address the next question to Arto. Does the Finnish Labor Inspectorate have experiences with using psychosocial workload factors survey during inspections concerning remote work? If so, can you present the key conclusions? If not, can the survey be used, in your opinion, to assess such new opposite psychosocial risks as isolation of teleworkers or being always online connected?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a good question in a way, because the basic idea of the survey was that it's can be used in any kind of sectors, any kind of workplaces, and it has been designed so it should be fitting every situations. And to my knowledge is that we haven't done any purely inspections to the remote work or such situations where everybody is working remotely. But I think we have done inspections and used the survey on workplaces where people are partly on a remote work and partly in the workplaces. And I think the situation is the survey works best also there and gives good results on that situations too. And the next question about the isolation problem for teleworking and the being always online is a basic question, I think, in every aspect of also the normal kind of working methods in a workplace too, because there's are questions in the survey which handle these kind of questions and problems to estimate the harmful strain on possible isolation of telework is mostly the lack of support from your supervisor or lack of support from other colleagues. So I think it's more or less reflects the situation when you are working remote without possible support from your colleagues or supervisor. And being always online problematic is more like the working hours problem, and there are two questions at least which deals with this kind of situation in the workplace, that you have excessive workload relative to the working hours you have available to use, and another question is there how much working is happening outside the regular working hours. So reflecting to these questions and reflecting to the problems, I think there might be some solutions or some indication of how it's done in that kind of remote work situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arto. And the last but not least issue I would like to raise is the issue of preparation of labor inspectors to deal with the new challenges while conducting inspections. Our French colleagues have presented wide information on the issue on their presentation. That is leading me to the next question addressed to Agnes. You have mentioned about the preparation of the labor inspectors who conduct inspections focused on offshore wind turbines. There are probably quite high costs of such preparations. How many such inspectors work in the French labor inspectorate? Are they directed only to conducting inspection of offshore green energy plants, or do they also conduct other inspections? Do you think that other labor inspectors' activities related to new phenomena in the world of work need such specific preparations?
Thank you, Michal. That's a lot of questions in one question. Well, I said this morning that, of course, we had only, it's not only, but it's 41 inspectors dedicated to sections where they have, of course, this project of offshore turbines, but they have other activities as well. So it's just a part of their activity. And I said it's an average of 25% of their activity, because they have, of course, the rest of the companies, private companies in their sector. Of course, in terms of preparation, as you mentioned, the high cost, we said that it was about an investment of 1,000 euro for the equipment. But besides that, of course, there is the cost of training, and but the training, of course, is in at the charge of the Ministry of Labor, and also the charge of our center, training center in Lyon. And of course, it's a big investment, even though our trainers are all labor inspectors, and they take on their time to go and train other labor inspectors at the training center. Sometimes they have, of course, experts from other administrations or university or whatever who come to the center, the training center, and of course, there's a cost for that on top of the equipment. But I want to insist on the training part, of course, because there's the preparation, of course, for the work, but besides that, you have, first of all, the initial training when you become the labor inspector, and then you can have, of course, continuing education with specific programs, and also our General Directorate of Labor is very involved in supporting the labor inspectors on the field, and of course we have specific departments at in our central national authority who are in charge with regulations, also new equipments, and of course all labor inspectors can ask questions to the national level and have support about some question of expertise, but also from the regional directorate, because we do have engineers who are not, of course, inspecting, but who are support to the labor inspectors, and of course they can accompany them on inspection as well. But also they can have this preparation with our labor inspectors. So we do provide support with tools, webinars, checklists, and so on. And of course, we do have, of course, this complexity of this new green technology. But we are also very much concerned with digital platforms as well, also by teleworking. And of course, we are all working at the national, regional, and local level on these issues. And training is the key word, I think so. And I would just add a personal word about labor inspectors. Probably for the recruitment and the profile. I think all those people who are working in labor inspectorate, they have this curiosity and observation, abilities, capacities to adapt themselves. And I think, of course, if you go on inspection on teleworking or other subjects, you can transpose your methods from one particular situation to another one. So what we have to do is to, of course, recruit the best labor inspectors, that's for sure, but also the person have to have this involvement, this curiosity, the taste for observation, and even if they have a legal background and no technical abilities, in fact, they are in capacity to adapt their methods to all situations. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very positive conclusion of the discussion. Well, we still have 7 minutes left to the end of the session, so maybe our panelists or someone from the audience would like to ask a question or make a comment.
My name is Bogdan Slovak, Inspector Pracy Polska. I wanted to ask you about this 1,000 euros of cost. What you meant is cost per equipment per one inspector or the whole group?
I think it's for an individual. Personal.
Short question, short answer. Okay, I think it's time to conclude the panel discussion and all today's sessions. As you have heard, we identified a few important challenges that labor inspectorates have to face in modern world. a need for new legislation concerning occupational health and safety, as well as inspection proceedings, influence of new methods of work for functioning of social partners and their cooperation with labor inspectorates, difficulties with defining basic legal terms concerning relations between parties involved in the work process, new risks related to digitalisation, robotization and using of artificial intelligence in the work processes and their influence of employees' health. Also a need for specific preparations of labor inspectors conducting inspections related to new phenomena in the world of work. I think it is uplifting that national labor inspectorates try to deal with these challenges with their own resources. And as we could have seen, they succeed in so many fields. Tomorrow, during the second day of the conference, we are going to reflect on how international organizations and institutions can support labor inspectorates in facing new phenomena. So now it's time to close the first day of the conference. Just few organizational information. I would like to ask all participants being in Wrocław to leave the headset in the reception of the conference after today. They must be charged before tomorrow use. I would also like to thank interpreters for their hard work during the first long day of the conference. Thank you very much. And finally, I would like to invite all participants for tomorrow's sessions. We are starting at 9 a.m. Till then, I wish you all good evening and good night. See you tomorrow.